Silencio, por favor. Vamos a comenzar.
So we're going to start.
Ahí. Sí, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We are going to start because time is limited. My name is Luis Naranjo, and it is a great honor for me to introduce Preston's conference. I'm sure that we will all be very happy to sacrifice the siesta time and enjoy Paul Preston's presentation. I'm not really going to introduce Preston, we all know him very well. And I just like to express my very deep thanks for the generosity of this extraordinary, eminent historian of civil war, the coup d'etat, the dictatorship and everything of the whole period. So on behalf of the Socio-Cultural Association of La Desbandá, and also on behalf of you all, I think we can all be very thankful for his conference and his work. What can we say about his work? He's become a reference and also heritage. He's a piece of heritage, in fact. As retired history professor, I can acknowledge him as a reference for those who, like me, are criticize or have a point of view, a critical point of view on what the coup d'etat, the war, and the dictatorship meant for the Spanish people and also for the Andalusian people. Very few historians have done so much as Preston in order to break the view we inherited from Francoism and the transition period. His work is a declaration and a statement against negationism and he's actually trying to fight those trends. Preston is one of the great Anglo-Saxon historians like Ian Gibson, Hugh Thomas, Stanley Payne, and others, he's at the opposite of Preston, ideologically opposite to Preston and some of these other historians. So we must place him as a key figure, and his work is very well linked to liberal and progressive historiography that started off in the 18th and then continued its development and led to Lind, Eliot, Bartolomé de la Salle, also many Hispanists, also Ferdinand Brovel, also all these linked to the French studies. Well, Preston was born in Liverpool and he inherited this tradition that has been characterized for many, since really long, by being brilliant in his expositions, but also very truthful and view and strict scientific rigor. So a very well-built narrative narrative line, and also literature expression in terms of literature. And this is contributed with the criticism of the Salar's French history school. And I believe that this link of classic British historiography and the annals What does this offer? The view of the masses instead of that of the elites, considering the subject of history as class groups instead of individuals, considering history from the point of view of the analysis of problems, and we've seen that in his books. A key problem is why the reason for the violence of Francoism for such a long time, and we need to analyze the historical reasons for that, not just saying that they were really bad. And also the Calvins, that was from an elite, linking that with a proletarian marginalized who was a phalangist from a small village and that was killed. So this blood pact is also at the basis of Francoism's terror. So in his works he refers to all these topics with a level of excellence. Since the end of the 16th, when he visited Spain for the first time, he had a personal link with our country, growing year after year, and at the end of the 70s he published a book, Reaction, Revolution and Revenge, and he showed his interest in analyzing the violence, enormous violence of Francoism from its beginning. And since then his works have been continued in this line with the architects of the terror, with the scientific analysis of the revenge and the class terror, that this is something clear in his works. In these last 50 years, Preston has considered the very complex topic of the war in Spain and dictatorship from many different perspectives, and he's been advanced to his times, as he considered in 2001, for example, the gender topic in the book on women, Doves of War for Women of Spain. He has also published the best biography of the dictatorship, Franco, a biography, and also Santiago Carrillo, El Zorro Rojo in Spanish. Also, his international perspective, that is a very recent, this is a very recent approach, but that he already studied, which is necessary to understand the beginning and the end and conclusion of the war in Spain, is considered also in another of his books, and also in another book published in 2007 on the reporters. We saw Spain die, foreign correspondents in the Spanish Civil War. Institutional terror was one of the characteristics of Francoism, and he has identified that in his books, like the ones that refer to the architects and also to Guernica. There's a specific work that was really impressive for me. I was really marked by it because it showed the blood links that were linking Caldism and the phalangists, and that's the politics of revenge. There's another important work, the Spanish Holocaust. From my point of view, this is an absolutely necessary work. And why? Because we needed a synthesis, a general overview that would consider the whole panorama of Francoism's violence in just one book, and that's what Preston achieved to do. And now, to conclude, well, I'm going to do this because I know we've got time limitations, and we are going to learn with the words of the great historian Paul Preston. Good afternoon. I'm really sorry not to be able to be here with you today. I am trapped here in London, and I'm going to talk about the testimonies or witnesses of atrocities. I'm going to talk about the atrocities that took place in Malaga and then on the road from Malaga to Almeria. These atrocities were started before the fall of the city, and they were anticipated by the general. And Gramel Brucey, the wife of General Brennan, the British writer, heard Capo de Llano, the general, say in the radio the following. He said, "Yes, you anarchists in Malaga, wait until I'll be there in 10 days' time. I will sit down at a cafeteria in the street Larios, and every time I drink a sip, 10 of you will die. I will shoot 10 of you for each of ours, even if I need to get them out of the tomb for that." The advancement of the rebels started under the joint command of the Italian general from the land, and also by Capo, who was on the cruiser Canarias. There was radio emissions, but also flyers that were sent to the city, and he was threatening the people with a terrible revenge for what had happened during the 7 months that the previous 7 months, while the city had been dominated by the CNT. So his threats corresponded to the thousands of refugees that had reached the city after what the Phalangists, the indigenous regulars, and the Spanish Legion had committed in villages in Cádiz, Córdoba, Seville, and Granada. On the 12th of August and the 17th of September, Ronda and other cities were captured, and 35,000 elderly people and women and children went to Malaga. There were bombings from the Italian aviation and also warships in the hands of the rebels. And finally, the city of Malaga fell in their hands. Malaga was not being well defended. In spite of the victory, this easy victory, Capo had no mercy. During a whole week, the civilians were not allowed into the city, and thousands of Republicans were shooted on the basis of simple reports. Many said that if they had managed to flee from the hands of the Reds, that was because the Reds didn't have time to finish up with them. And Capo, one of his officers, said, "The Reds couldn't destroy us in 7 months because they didn't have sufficient time, but we will have more than enough with just 7 days. They were stupid." Thousands of people were detained, and when no prisons were full, there were concentration camps that were set up in Torremolinos and allowed in El Grande. Even before the arrival of Capo's soldiers, many people fled following the road on the coast from Malaga to Almeria. That was on the 6th of January, the first people who started fleeing. Chrysler commented on this. He was the correspondent of the News Chronicles. He referred to the aerial bombings, and at 2 p.m. the exodus started on the road being destroyed. No one can resist it. The magnetism of this river. No one knows where this river is going. As soon as it turns the first bend on the road. The road is still open, but under the fire of the warships and the planes. They're firing on this river of people. Let them run by bombing them. And also putting several lorries in fire. The status of the city of Malaga explained why they were so willing to go through this ordeal. The road was covered by dead people and wounded people. People were advancing step by step. Dead mothers could be seen with babies in their arms. Dead children, lost children in the middle of the confusion, families looking for them. It is estimated that over 100,000 displaced people left the city, some on their own, carrying nothing, others carrying their bed sheets and kitchen that none of them would escape. The refugees walking on the road were fired from the Cervera and Baleares warships, and then also from the planes and the Italian aviation that were pursuing them. Lawrence Francewell, he was a correspondent from the Times in London, and he said that, well, his documents allows us to make sure the facts are known. In one of his articles, he referred to an Italian pilot who said that there were 17 Spanish, Italian, and German warships firing against the refugees. Much of what is known is thanks to the Canadian doctor Norma Bethune. He was in Spain for a short period of time, from the beginning of November 1936 until the end of May of 1937. And nevertheless, his contribution to the system of blood transfusion was highly important. He was a surgeon, a communist, very committed, and always working in favor of those who needed more help. According to Cisse, the architect who worked with Bethune in Spain, he was the kind of person who could say, "Stand up and follow me," and then you would follow him. He was an authority.
The Canadian Commission of Help to the Spanish Democracy had sent a medical unit to Madrid, and Dr. Bethune, believing that it was needed to confront the fascism in Spain, accepted the invitation to run this medical unit. He arrived in Madrid on the 3rd of November with a Danish-Canadian journalist, Emil Sorensen, who acted as his interpreter. So after visiting the hospitals, the care or health facilities in Madrid, Bethune realized that there were enough surgeons in the front line, but that, on the contrary, there was a lack of resources in the Republican Medical Service. So there was a lack of provisions for the blood transfusions, and this had an impact on the death index, on the death rate, because many wounded death because of the loss of blood. Maybe as a result of a shoot, or sometimes after a very difficult journey to the hospital with many problems, so they were not in a good condition to go through an operation. So the solution for this was to get the blood from the donors, and then they applied a conservation technique, and then it was taken to the frontline hospitals. Betún was given a service of this kind in Madrid with the support of the chief of the International Brigade's medical service and also from the Red Cross International, who gave them the opportunity to use a very important facility in Príncipe de Vergara, in a street of one of the most rich neighborhoods in Madrid. This was an area that was particularly protected by the fascists. So Betún had a good means to help, thanks to the Canadian committee. So he had resources to buy equipment, materials, health instruments and materials. And then he also bought a vehicle that he turned into an ambulance, a Ford. So he was appointed commander because he created the Blood Transfusion Institute. And the mission of this institute received a huge support by the population, the citizens of Madrid. So by the end of December 1936, the team of the Canadian Institute was already making the first blood transfusions in the area of the university. So it was a service 24/7 service, and maybe even sometimes Betún and his colleagues, even when they were sleeping, they could get ready in just some minutes and go and straight to transport, to take the necessary blood to the point where it was needed and then make the transfusion very fast. So in Madrid, doctors and wounded people were really thankful to this unit. And this unit even had at Villarejo de Salvarez a small health center, and they had trained some doctors with basic transfusion knowledge, skills. So he was appointed as the person in charge of the blood transfusions in that team. So all the medical staff was donating their own blood. It was really a terrible situation. At some point, Betún was given advice on the transfusion techniques, and they were collecting a great amount of blood. At the beginning, this service was providing blood for all the 56 hospitals in Madrid, but then some more units were installed throughout the 1,000 kilometers of the front line. So the idea was to extend this blood transfusion service over Madrid, beyond Madrid. So they wanted to have similar units in the whole Republican territory.
Betún y Sorensen se trasladaron al Instituto.
Betún and his colleague and Sorensen visited Barcelona to see Dr. Duran, and they made a proposal to him, and Duran agreed because he wanted to have the main center for the collection and distribution of blood in Barcelona. It was something reasonable because in Barcelona the facilities were quite superior to those in Madrid, and the methods were more advanced also, more sophisticated methods. So Betún acknowledged all these. He knew that Duran was a great professional hematologist, and he wasn't an hematologist, and he didn't even speak Spanish. So Betún accepted the conditions of Duran. They agreed on the terms, and they started to provide this service. Working with the Canadian teams, Betún got to put together all the necessary materials, and he bought a vehicle that he modified a little bit in order to create a vehicle adapted to the transport of blood. Cisse declared that he came back with a huge Renault van. It was very difficult to drive, it was very uncomfortable. So Cisse took it to the factory of General Motors in Barcelona, which was near the Sagrada Familia Church. And there they had all the workers and the trade unionists from the CNT that had collectivized this factory, and they all made a great effort to transform this vehicle into an ambulance. And this ambulance, Betún and Cisse, and also an English writer-to-be, Thomas Worsley, they spent, with this vehicle, they spent 3 whole days and nights making this trip back and forth between Malaga and Almería to help all the wounded persons in La Desbandá. And we do have descriptions of this van turned into an ambulance. They say it was a 2-ton closed artifact. So behind the driver's seat, there was all the equipment, and the dynamo and the fuel engine were close to this back door in the middle of the van, just on top of the structure. So this machinery was too heavy, too big to allow the installation of beds. So behind these beds, or these bunk beds, there were also equipment, pads, many other things. So at the beginning of 1937, Betún had planned to take blood to the south of Spain, to the front line of the Republicans fighting against the advancement of Queipo and his forces. So he established a unit, a blood transfusion point. When he arrived to Valencia, he went straight to the International Red Aid point, and he met some of the persons in charge. It would be a very important meeting with huge implications for the refugees that were already on the way to Almería. Carlos Contreras was the surname of one of the main promoters of the creation of the fifth unit of the 5th Brigade of the Republican Army. Even his companion had been implied. He was a friend of the Mexican painters Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo. And she was a member of the Communist Party. She had spent some time in the Soviet Union with her lover Vidal, and both of them integrated the central unit of the International Red Aid, and they arrived in Spain by the end of 1935. Later on, in July 1936, Tina, who was a communist militant, had enrolled in the women brigade that was going to be in the workers' hospital just near Betun's building. In fact, their office was just in the upper floor. So she worked with Betun in the distribution in providing blood transfusion in the capital city and around the capital city. Now I'm going to talk when Betun arrives to Valencia. At that point, he is informed that the rebel assault to Malaga had already started, so it was too risky to continue his journey to Malaga. It was needed to open a blood transfusion center in Valencia. But Betun thought this was not a good idea, not at all. So he and Cisse decided to continue to Malaga because they considered this more urgent. Sometime after that, in Valencia, they learned that some of the Malaga authorities had left from the city. They ran away because there was no suppliers, there was no electricity, no water. So International Red Aid sent a team led by Matilde Landa to help the city of Malaga. And in the meantime, Betun abandoned the fort and took the Renault to continue his journey to the south. When he arrives in Almeria, the 10th of February, they found a city that had been completely bombed from the air and from the sea and from the land. So everyone told them it was too dangerous to continue. Nobody knows where they can go, nobody knows where are the troops. But they didn't listen to these warnings. They had a bite in a hotel and they just left to Malaga. So after some kilometers away from Almeria, they found this river of human beings coming from Malaga. They stopped and Cisse took some pictures that became really famous later on and that show the head of this caravan. At the beginning, despite the terrible images, the terrible scenes, Betun was sure that his first mission was to take the blood he was transporting into the front line. This was the most important for him because somewhere in this fallen city there are soldiers that are losing all their blood, and that need these transfusions. So probably they will come back acts or direct action. Maybe they could help the railroads. Maybe they could find some dying soldiers and just fulfill their mission, which was to take the blood to the front line. But at some point, they were too tired. So they saw so many people, they found so many children, so many sick persons, that they stopped and just helped them, and mainly by taking them to some more secure places, more secure points.
Con esta patética
This is the terrible procession of people. Small groups, then thicker and thicker groups, and then after that, the sun set. And this river of human beings continued flowing against us. This is the description by Cisse. Bethune was swearing, and before the sun, it was completely dark, he stopped the lorry and asked me to take pictures of the refugees. We continued on until 9 or 10 p.m. and in a small village we were told fascists were some kilometers away and that we should not advance anymore. At that point, Bethune had become so moved by this terrible human procession and the enormous quantity of children that we had started counted. And we had counted up to 4,000 or 5,000 children. And then he made a decision. He decided we should forget about the blood for transfusions and that we should try and save as many children as possible. So we turned the lorry around and we started loading the children inside, also 2 pregnant women, and then the doors were closed after about 30 children were on board. So I drove back. So I took them back all the way to Almeria. We left the children at the hospitals of the Red Aid. Bethune gave the same description of that same scene with more details. The lorry stopped, finding a wall of refugees and animals. There were women shouting, many faces coming against the lorry. And as soon as we reached the top of the hill, this wall of refugees moved around the lorry. But it was the scene at the bottom that was terrible. We saw the plain below us, and instead of a road, we saw 20,000 human beings moving all at the same time, advancing very slowly with a lot of effort, coming from beyond the line of the horizon, reaching even the lower parts of the mountain range. For Bethune, these 200 kilometers of the road were 200 kilometers of misery. The most terrible destruction of a city our times had ever witnessed. The legs and feet. There was blood flowing down her legs, swollen legs, and her white shoes were all covered with blood, and many elderly were hopeless, sitting down on the side of the road just waiting for death to arrive. We have other descriptions of what people witnessed on the road. The refugees were advancing and filling up the road. The more we advanced, the worse the conditions were. Some were wearing basic shoes, but most just were walking on naked feet, most of them bleeding. We had covered over 120 kilometers, and we just saw people and people and more people. These people were suffering from their fatigue and terrible hunger, and we still saw more people arriving. Betun said, 10,000? No, 30,000. No, 40,000. It's just terrible. We just cannot imagine what they're suffering, to which degree. And then we saw the rocks on the beach fell of refugees trying to find a cover because we had heard the sound of the bombarders and the aviation. Scared children were looking up to the sky, filling the ambulance with children. They opened the doors behind, and Worsley, in his description, says, instantly we became the heart of a crazy mass of people shouting. It was something real, with all these women shouting, holding their naked babies above their head, crying, feeling thankful or exhausted. So Betun tried to select the children that were most in need, but the desperate women were coming, surrounding him, and then the ambulance was filled up with children, and he started driving towards Almeria. It was the first of several trips. When Worsley came back, he found out terrible scenes. So the stronger people had already gone by, and he found the weak and the wounded. Faces that were stained with dust and tears. The women's babies were nearly naked, and their legs showed so many eruptions and wounds. The lorry and useless. Betun's diary and journal is even more moving than Worsley's version. In Almeria, in the Red Aid Hospital, Matilde Landa and Tina Molotti took the children in charge. Modoli was said, well, the war is terrible, but this massacre of the elderly, the women, and the children is the most terrible, horrible action. Mutun said, instead of doing blood transfusion, it's been wonderful because he's saved thousands of children. Matilde Landa was appointed by the Red Aid Committee and distributed 2.5 million of pesetas. They also organized lorries to take the children to Valencia, and in order to do that, Matilde threatened desperate men with a gun who were trying to get on the lorries. When they had done everything they could for the refugees in Almeria, Cisse and Worsley went to Madrid while Betun tried to buy more additional equipment for blood transfusion. Back to Valencia, he wrote in his journal his own description of the exodus from Malaga, published under the title The Crime of the Road from Malaga to Almeria. He also gathered the foreign press in order to report the tragedy he had witnessed to the world. And he wrote, "We carried between 30 to 40 people each time. We were driving for 3 days and 3 nights. In the Red 8 hospital, refugees received medical attention, food and clothes. In spite of Cisse and Worsley's efforts driving the lorries, well, thanks to this, we could save many lives. They were driving constantly, one or the other, eating some bread from time to time, and the sleep they couldn't continue. This session had the population again. The alarm sounded 30 seconds before the first bomb exploded. The enemy planes did not try to target the warships that were in the port. They fired 10 bombs in the main street of the city, where refugees were sleeping. When the planes left, I found 3 corpses of children that had been waiting for 3 hours in a queue, waiting for a glass of milk and a piece of bread, which were the only foodstuffs available. The street was like a slaughterhouse, with the dead and the agonizing injured. In the dark, the shouts of the agonizing mothers, the cries of the children, and the shouts of men all came together. My body felt heavy with the weight of the dead, and in my brain, hatred emerged. Bethune didn't say that himself and Worsley were walking. And that was another exhausted body in this column of people who were desperately tired and hungry. Bethune and Cisse took a lorry full of children to a center, a small hospital in the outskirts of Almeria. The children were extremely tired and no one came up to feed them, but Bethune then exploded with anger. He went into the kitchen, gave orders to the staff, and put all the milk available into big casseroles with Cisse, and he took all the bread he could. He was shouting at the staff, and Bethune managed to feed the children. Cisse and himself found a way to put them down for the night, and then they came back to the road to save more children. Kate Mangan, the young British journalist, traveled with the Times correspondent and other journalists to inform about the situation of the refugees. She was working with Constancia de la Mora in Valencia, in the press office of the Republican government there. she also described this tragedy as a complement to what we've heard. Katie and her colleagues had several contacts with the diplomats from the UK, and this also informs of the foreign policy of London. They contacted the British consul, and there were questions about whether there were lorries taking supplies to Malaga, now in the hands of Franco, and the answer was yes. And then they asked if any of those lorries would bring food to Almeria, and the answer was no. This was from the consulate. The arrival of refugees to Almeria created a lot of horror and confusion. I've already referred to the bombing of the center of the city that was described by Betoon. And, well, that. And the bombing of the refugees on the road and also in the streets of Almeria. This was a symbol of what the rebels intended to do.
La caída de Málaga y el éxodo posterior, el gobierno.
The government of the Republic created a commission in order to write down a report with the Minister of Justice, of Public Works and Agriculture. The three ministers went to Almeria, where they interviewed many people, and they presented the report on the 11th of February. So this was given to the international press by García Oliver, and they showed a very tragic version of what had happened.
La evacuación de Málaga comenzó.
The evacuation of Malaga started when the population learned about the challenges of the front lines, because nobody attended such a dramatic cataclysm in Europe. So the streets of Malaga were crowded with thousands of people crying and trying to flight when they heard that fascists were coming, were arriving. Everyone seemed to be crazy. Several thousands of refugees escaped from the city through the road to Almeria, where they expected to find peace and to be safe from the fascists. These hopes were soon to become a bloody reality, and the whole journey turned into a nightmare of bombings from the German and Italian planes and cruise ships. And this road was soon full of corpses, and of course there were a series of heroic individual acts. Some people who couldn't keep on walking, they even killed their children to prevent them to fall into the hands of fascists. The children who had lost their parents were running, crying, screaming, and many of them were trampled by the crowd. The fascists would shoot them directly, and some of them get to arrive to Motril, where they had a little moment, a little pause, but very soon again they started hearing this shout of fascists are coming again. So people kept trying to escape as fast as possible. So this terror led a whole trace of blood, and this human river advanced slowly. Meanwhile, husbands and wife got apart. They lost each other because of this escape from fascism. Once they got to Almeria, Almeria was a very poor city that wasn't ready to host so many people, and this led to a terrible situation. Wherever you looked at every street, you could find people lying on the floor. So this population, who was a working class population, had been turned into a homeless bunch of people because of the fascism. None of them regrets having left the city of Malaga, because they were all ready to abandon everything, even their families, even the wives, or even the children, before or to avoid falling into the hands of the fascists. So people had left Malaga, many people already. Malaga was a city where there was no food. Almeria was a city where there was not much food. So the fact that so many people arrived in this city was perceived as something really bad for the city, because they were so needy. There was not even enough medical attention, not even enough medical care. Of course, there was the international Red Aid, but nothing was enough. They had to use churches and schools to host all these people. The population from Almeria received these people with a mix of hostility and empathy. Those who had just arrived were starving, so there was a series of robberies, of course. But let's listen to some of Betun's words. In his personal journal, Betun describes very precisely the aerial bombing of the city of Almeria. And he highlights the fact that the bombings were not directed to the port, for instance, which was a strategic target, but instead of that, they were directed to the civil population. And I quote, "At some point I get to the city center where the streets were not dark anymore. I see walls of fire, flames, and everything was lightened by the fire of the bombings. All you could see were crowds of people who tried to escape from the bombs, or falling under the walls that had been destroyed. They disappeared in the smoke, shouting, screaming at the same time as they disappeared. So I tried to make my way through the crowd, saying, I'm a doctor, and I keep listening to explosions. I keep listening to the donkeys crying, screaming. And then at some point the bombing stops and I can only listen to the planes that leave. I see the buildings on fire that give some light, and then let me see all these faces, terrified, frightened faces. And then silence. No, not at all. After the bombing, I was able to listen to the voices of those dead or dying. I start to hear also those who were wounded trying to help each other using their clothes or whatever they had. I also find a small girl who was under a building that had fallen, under the beams of a building that had fallen. I take her and I put her lying on a small bed, thinking that it was better that she died, because if she was going to live, the reality was going to be too terrible for her. Finally, I get to a silent circle of men and women that were surrounding the impact of a bomb. Inside this circle, there was a mass of corpses, and my own body felt as heavy as the one of the dead people, completely empty, and my brain was burning with an enormous flame of hate. Thank you very much, of hatred.
Os recuerdo que a continuación realizamos aquí la mesa 1.
Just a small reminder for you that table number 1 is going to take place in here. This is entitled From Almeria, the Diaspora, Movement and Destinations of the Population Refugee in the Refugee Population in Europe, Africa and America. And then in the other room, the room called Europa, there will be table number 2, the perspective of the human rights, war crimes and crimes against humanity. Thank you.
Yo me pongo aquí. Pues poneros, porque ahora, un segundo. Este me ha pesado la mitad de mi presentación. Por eso, pero una cosa, detrás de nosotros no hay nadie. Sí, pero hay otra historia. A ver, por favor, ¿qué le ibas tú a decir a los ponentes? Que si quieren aquí para dirigir, que está ahí, haga usted el favor. Que os van a explicar, si queréis estar ahí para pasar las diapositivas que tengáis, quien venga, y si no, pues en la... Vamos cambiando.
Sentaros delante del ordenador. Sí, lo vamos cambiando. Y os pasáis sentados en el ordenador y os cada diapositiva cada exposición. Yo lo voy a poner al final. Porque no puedo. No voy a hablar de alguna cosa. ¿Tienes que avanzar? No, ya tengo aquí una lista de fotos, te cargo la primera y tú ya le vas dando para que pase la segunda. Os digo, podéis utilizar...
¿Por qué no lo pones para el final en online? Porque luego pasa esto de que se alarga. Nos quedamos sin tiempo.
No, ya sí que de esta. Lo que pasa es que yo era por seguir la secuenciación de...
Bueno, eso da igual, porque da igual el siglo exterior.
Bueno, que
voy a hablar
sea...
de lo que es interior.
Bueno, pues sí, yo por mí.
Yo prefiero eso. Si no, dejar una que sí esta mañana hemos hablado del mapa ese. De lo que la diseño, tú me dices cuál es la que quieres. Es un mapilla.
Bueno, yo me pongo. ¿Cómo lo vaya a hacer? Con mucho cuidado. Me proponen que dejemos de ahí para coordinar.
Cambiar las botellas con el copa y botellas para que quieras.
Ah, bueno, esa es mía. Esa es tuya.
Sí, Pepe. Ya, venga. No, Pepe, ¿te importa poner los cartelitos de los nombres, por favor?
No. ¿Dónde están? ¿Qué? Estas se quitan de aquí, señora.
Un caballero.
Hay que quitar la otra.
está.
Es más delicado, eso si hago a mi mujer me echa la bronca. ¿Por qué bebes la botella?
No, yo también bebo.
Yo me vengo aquí y os lo dejo que vosotros pongáis lo que queráis. María Amparo, aquí hay que ser nombre, autoservicio. Propone. Pilar. Pilar. Juanfran. Toma. Enterado de esto. Que vamos a cambiar el orden. ¿De qué orden? El orden tú primero, yo segundo. Pero no, vamos a dejar a Jordi al final, porque vos aquí, porque no viene, no va a venir. Pero lo tiene grabado y entonces para que no pegamos otra sesión de esto, es que el preso no ha comido. Sí, lo ha comido tostada, sí. Así que esa es la. Yo estaba rajando. Yo también. Sí. Cuando estáis vosotros listos, cada uno en su sitio, que voy a empezar yo, ¿eh? Yo.
Una copa, ¿eh?
Sí.
El agua morro.
Y os recuerdo,
Oye, y luego cuando...
os recuerdo, aviso cuando queden 3 minutos.
So, we're going to start, and I will let you know when you only have 3 minutes left.
Entonces, vamos a
lo
ver.
dices.
Tú te cambias. Venga, sí, tú te encargas. Oye, que Pilar luego cuando bien. No pierdo más tiempo. Oye, ¿qué he hecho yo con mi gafa? ¿Has perdido la gafa? Eso es muy grave. Joder, tan grave como que no veo, tío.
A ver, mírame.
¿Qué he hecho con mi bolso? Los nervios de Dios. La he perdido. No he perdido una gafa. He perdido la cabeza, que es más gorda. No, pero eso es por tu amor. Ah, por mi amor. De tu carne. Eso ya la perdimos. ¿Esto está ya funcionando? Sí. Lo que quiero contaros.
What I want to tell you today is what I myself witnessed during this forced march, the greatest and most terrible evacuation of a city our times have ever witnessed. Imagine 150,000 men, women, and children fleeing, looking for a refuge, for a shelter, towards a city that is 200 kilometers away. There's only one path, one road, no other escape routes. And this path, blocked between the high summits of Sierra Nevada and the sea, goes up and goes down. With slopes of over 30 kilometers. And the city they're looking for is Almeria, by Norman Bethune. So I fell asleep, and when I woke up, the lorry was driving downhill. It was like the last mile, but what mile? From the mountain range towards the city, tens of thousands of refugees run. There were crowds of people covering the hills, the roads, the beaches. Some were walking in the water trying to reach the city as soon as possible. At the point where the road entered into the city, the lorry could only advance centimeter by centimeter. We felt like we had been blocked for hours, and the line of refugees was advancing in front of us. We were driving behind the refugees, and we finally reached Almería by Norman Betún in the Wound. But the Desbandá, this flight, didn't stop there. To tell us about that, today we have Dr. Eusebio Rodriguez, who is going to talk to us about one of the events that is not well known, and that's the children that reached Murcia. We also have Juan Francisco Colomina, a researcher who has studied from Malaga to the Pyrenees the long exile of the citizens of Malaga. And Franco continued the persecution beyond the Pyrenees. And Dr. Jordi Guixer will tell us about this, the persecuted exiled people, and he's going to be connecting through the internet, an online conference. We are going to be told about how life was away from our borders for those people who went to the exile all the way to Mexico. Dr. Pilar Domínguez, who is going to tell us Maria Gallego's life, refugee from Malaga in Mexico. And finally, we have Maria Amparo Sanchez testimony with the memory of the Desbandá towards France and the concentration camp, and in 1956 the going back to Spain. So we will give the floor to the first of the speakers today, Eusebio Rodriguez, who's a PhD in contemporary history. He works in the Department of History of the Provincial Council of Almería. He's a researcher and studies the Republic, the Civil War, the Franco's repression in Almería and Granada. Over 40 publications. Among them, the Franco's repression in Almería from 39 till 45, and also for other periods of time. And he has also published other articles like La Desbandá of Malaga in the province of Almería that you can buy here, and also Almería under the bombs with Fran Martín. He's got an award, history award, given to him by the regional government of Andalusia. And I think it's time to give him the floor.
Bueno, vamos a ver si me apaño. Buenas tardes a todos. Gracias por su asistencia. Gracias a la organización por haber contado conmigo.
I really want to thank the organization for having me here today. Thank you, Pepe, as well for your introduction. And given that we have very short time, I'm going to go straight to the point. I had prepared a lecture that has been reduced to 20 minutes at the most, so I'm going to be very brief. At the beginning, I was asked to tell the story of this transition of the research on this topic that has already been made by Encarnación. Encarnación has been one of the leaders one of the pioneers in the serious research on the topic of La Desbandá. So later on, Maribel Brenes and Andrés Fernández published the excerpt of Almería, and they started working on this topic again, but Encarnación and also Andrés and Maribel were the ones who told this transit throughout the province of Malaga and through the province of Almería. And from that reality we said ourselves, Colomina and I, we said, what's happening in Almería with the people who get to Almería? Because the story of La Desbandá finished there. So we knew there had been bombings, not in the city center, but in the outskirts. So the area of La Rambla was a part of the city where there was a wall of contention. And the people who arrived to Almería, they made fires in this area, in this kind of boulevard or promenade called La Rambla. And many people died there, according to the testimonies we have. But there are no records. We don't have records at the hospital. In the journal of burials of the city hall, there are no recordings because these people had no identification. These were anonymous people.
Hablábamos de qué pasa en Almería, sucintamente en contraposición con lo que vamos a encontrar en Murcia.
So, as opposed to the situation in Murcia, which is the next step of our research, now we have left Almería and we have started to research what is happening beyond Almería. We have finished with the research about Almería. We're starting with Murcia, and we're going to start soon with Albacete. We want to know what happened with all these people who were displaced to Albacete and Alicante. So we have observed two approaches to this topic of the refugees. So Morón, which is a commander-in-chief, sees the refugees as a problem and he doesn't want them. So there is a confrontation with Maroto that starts for this reason. I'm going to tell you very briefly. Maroto asked to the trade unions who got to Almería, they asked for fuel because they wanted to go and help the people of La Desbandá. There were a lot of vehicles because on the 6th of February, there were already people from Malaga who had arrived by vehicle, to Almería, and they were registered in the hotels. So the rich people got to Almería by car, but the poor people were the ones facing the worst problems. So there were also non-rich people that could get to Almería also by car. And we have discovered that on the 7th there was a theater piece planned in the theater of Almería, and they were going to make this theater play for the refugees. So we can establish many different kinds of refugees, those that arrive very fast in a couple of hours, and those that need 3, 4, 6 days to get to the city because they go by foot. We know that the Republic made all the efforts to help these refugees. But besides the Republic, we have the local authorities. And for Gabriel Maroto, this was a problem because the presidents of the trade unions, they ask for fuel because they have the vehicles, but they don't have the fuel. But Maroto refuses to give them the fuel, and he sent all this fuel, 2,500 kilos of fuel, to Lorca because he wanted to protect this fuel, and he said he was convinced that this fuel couldn't be used to help the people on the road. It has to be used to fight in the warfare instead of helping the people on the road. So Morón, he didn't care about the refugees, but they supposed a problem for him because the city was full of people and there were not enough place to host the people. When I say us, I'm meaning Juanfran and me. So we have worked a lot with international press because the local press was really contaminated. So a housing problem because all the buildings are used and the Red Aid uses all the facilities of Almeria for the refugees. So they took the children first and they couldn't host the adults. So they were left outside in the streets.
And that way, well, we have the feeling that the people who were the most powerful then and now, who are still the most powerful families, hosted refugees and had them in their homes. And at the end of the war, they said that they did it because they were afraid, that they were thinking that they could suffer from the retaliation of the mayor of Almeria. In any case, whatever the reason, they were hosted in Almeria, but officially only 11,000 people were taken in charge. That's what has been registered in the refugee books, in the civil government. That's what we have in the archives in Almeria. There were lists of people, 11,000 in Almeria. In Huércal de Almeria, well, those are the ones that have been included in the book, and also in Villarrubio, well, we don't really know how many, but there is a list, official list of refugees. But the other municipalities have no register. And why were these lists prepared? Because 50 pesetas per day were given to them so that they would be fed. But they said that they needed more money, that it was not enough. And in some areas, all the refugees were expelled very fast. So the hosting, the lodgings was a problem, and also the health problem was also important. There were some stables and other areas that were modified to accommodate them, and well, there was a typhus emergence, and well, the security excuse was just exactly an excuse to take the refugees away from Almeria by train, by ship, etc. They were saying that this was a security issue, security risk, because some of them were carrying weapons in the rear guard. But there were not many weapons there, because there were only elderly people, women and children, because the young people, young men between 20 and 30 were fighting in the battlefield. They had been mobilized. And new units were created and that were sent to the front line. Well, food. Almería is a province that wasn't suffering a lot from hunger during the war. The fisheries could cover, well, half of the fish was used in Almería and the other half was sent to Granada, and in the port there were supplies of flour. And people, well, the other day someone asked me if the typical dish migas is a tradition linked to the fact that the port received a lot of flour, because this is a dish based on flour. In any case, there was sufficient food in Almería, and 2 million made us think there was information lacking there. So we saw in the census complete families, but we didn't find any lists of isolated children. And none of the new refugees gave birth to anyone during these days. That was also troubling for us. But then we started research in Murcia. Murcia was a big city in comparison to Almería. Almería was a small town, quite insufficient, and with deficient facilities. It had only one hospital, and that was not enough to cover all the needs. The director of the hospital was the head of the information service working for Franco in Almería. Later on, he was a great cardiologist, but nevertheless, he was the head of the intelligence service working for Franco. So, as I was saying, in Almería there was only a small hospital, but in Murcia there were 5 big hospitals. The Blood Hospital, Casa Roja, in the University of Murcia, the Hospital of the International Brigade La Pasionaria, the Hospital of San Fermín Galán, and the Provincial Hospital, which was really big. And I think that it still exists today. Besides this, Murcia had something else that was lacking in Almería. Do you know what the doctors in Almería do when the refugees of La Desbandá arrived? Well, they all escaped the city. Well, not all of them, but most of them. So the civil governor sent the police to find them and threatened them to take them to prison if they didn't go back to the Almería. But in Murcia, the doctors were there, they stayed there, and there was the most important surgery hospital in Europe at the time. The doctors there came from the international brigades, they were volunteers, and they were the best from several countries. Among the routes of transportation of the refugees, one of them was by train to Águilas. And from there, they were taken to Murcia, or one of the villages in the province of Murcia. And a hospital was created there. And in the province of Murcia, there are several other hospitals. In Alhama de Murcia, in Caravaca, the Clinical Hospital of Cartagena. That was the army. Mazarrón's hospital. In Cartagena, it was the Navy's hospital. So they had many more hospitals and additional ones were built. And that was very quick. All this was very quick, very fast, because no one was expecting such a crowd to arrive, but they managed to do so very quickly. I don't know if I already mentioned this, but the truth is that wounded people from Granada, from Malaga, from Almeria, they were not taken to the hospital to Almeria, but to Murcia's hospitals. That was done so for many years by train or by ambulance. So the most seriously wounded were taken to Murcia's hospitals. In Murcia, there are two key figures that changed the way people were thinking about the refugees, their mindset, let's say. In Almeria, this was an obstacle, a disturbance. The mayor and Mateo Carreras, they had a mindset that had an impact in Fernando Piñuela. At the end of the war, he was executed. And he said that the refugees were people who had been unrooted from their home, from their family, from their friends. So families should not be separated. Families had to stay together because they had been unrooted from their homes, their families, their friends. So children could not be separated. You couldn't take the children to certain centers and keep the parents somewhere else. No, the families had to stay together, and they created several shelters. The idea was to keep the family together. And there are some villages where this was difficult, but in some villages there were up to 25 houses where a family could be placed per house, and there would be a teacher for every 25 children. Well, I need to run now. And then they created centers, something that was not done in Almeria. They were called, well, there was thermal and bath centers. And they were called the centers where the needs were going to be taken away. That was the popular name they gave to it. There were kindergartens. These were children from Madrid that had arrived with no family. And then there were children's colonies. So for the children who were alone, in some places there were up to 2,000 children without their parents. But the philosophy, the way they worked, well, they had a specific timetable. They got up at 7 a.m. and they wanted to teach them values. Authoritarianism was not used. They wanted the children to obey because they would be convinced that this was important. It was such a pity at the end of the war when these children were under the authority of the courts for minors. I have a note here. The children had to learn to be generous, about justice, to love work, love the truth, the animals, the plants, and other human beings. I'm sorry, my time is over.
Eusebio, muchas gracias.
So, thank you so much. I'm sorry, but I executing orders here. Well, as we already explained originally, well, of course, they wouldn't have time to present the articles as a whole, but all those articles will be published later on in detail. So we're sorry, but our time is limited. Thank you. Now we have Juan Francisco Coromina. He studied humanities in the University of Almería. He's got a PhD in communication and contemporary history. He published a book on La Desbandá in the province of Almería together with Eusebio. And, well, he always asks us to say that he is above all a researcher. I say that he's a small mouse who goes into the libraries and archives, and he's been working in Franco repression camps. He's studied Masons, and he has also studied Franco repression in Andalusia in its social consequences and the Republicans in foreign camps. And, well, Jordi Grisey is not here, but he read a book about the repression of Republicans. That's the book by Grisey. And he started researching on the other side of the Pyrenees and discovered the concentration camps and so on. So Juanfran is going to talk about from Malaga to the Pyrenees in the exile of citizens from Malaga. Yes, you don't have much time. Good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to thank the Association of La Desbandá and the organizers of the Congress for having invited me, and above all for having organized this kind of Congress of these dimensions. I know very well that this is very difficult. Okay, well, this is not the right PPT. I'm sorry. I've got so many PPTs on La Desbandá. This is not the one I wanted to bring. But, well, more or less, I can use it.
Yo quiero hablar aquí hoy muy rápido de la situación que vive.
Very quickly, I will refer to the situation of exiled people, particularly for those from the city of Malaga. I always refer to the war all the way to Almería, but after that, we had the impression they disappeared, but Eusebio has continued the research all the way up to Murcia, and I know that they already studying the situation in Valencia and then in Catalonia. So why did I start investigating, researching the refugees from Malaga? Well, I studied initially all Andalusian citizens in exile. There's an estimation that says that about, well, in the year 1939, there were about 40,000 or 50,000 Andalusian people in exile. That was what was considered at the time. But now we've got 20,000 people. This guest, no one wishes to have, and who needs to be forgiven, and must be humble and show in their existence. So here we have a map where you can see the audio of the people of Malaga who fled from the city and then followed all the way along the coast, the eastern coast. And here you can see the figures to have so that you can understand more or less the number of people from Malaga. If you look at this map again, so going from Malaga to Almería, the logical exit would be Morocco, Algeria, not France, of course. So we found it quite interesting or surprising to find so many people from Malaga in France. Well, there were some publications by Encarnación, Lucía, and other researchers, and then we found out that some clues. We saw that many of the refugees coming from Malaga went all the way to Catalonia, to Barcelona, to the industry. When they left from Malaga, they had to leave everything behind because of the bombs. And in the year 1939, there was another flight, another Desbandá, where 500,000 people were fleeing towards the French borders. They had to leave everything behind.
They just could take a few things and maybe a very small case if they had one, and they were trying to escape. Well, those who were driving lorries or cars or whatever, they had to left also the vehicles behind because there was such a long queue. It was impossible to keep fleeing by vehicle. And there was very diverse mix of people with agricultures, politicians, deputies, and it was a very difficult escape for them. And also, just as in the road from Malaga to Almería with the bombings, in the French border they were also bombed by the Francoist aviation all throughout the Pyrenees. You can see some of the border points. Cerver, for instance. So there was this crowd of people. It was quite an organized crowd because France stopped the people at the border and they talked to the Republican government that was almost completely defeated, and then they contacted the government of Franco in order to organize all these refugees and in order to prevent them from crossing into France, from crossing the border. So they knew it was very difficult to control all the crowd because the Francoist regime was going to try to kill the most of the refugees. And so the pressure from the left parties in France and the pressure from groups such as the Red Cross or the Canadian authorities, they forced the French government to allow the passing of some groups. First of all, injured people, then women and children, and then around the first days of February, they authorized the crossing of the border to military men, or more or less to everyone over 16 years old. So if you can imagine how frightening this was, they were trying to cross the border, and at the rearward there was already the army coming. Some of these criminals still have streets with the name, and we have to eliminate these streets. So I'm going to pass very fast through these. Some examples on the press. This is the French press extracts. The press were absolutely against the refugees. They were treating them off reds, communists in the bad sense. They were portraying them as dangerous persons. And there were many newspapers that were in the hands of French mafias or right-wing groups. So the press portrays a scene of invasion. So you have to know that at the time, England and France are trying not to bother to match Hitler. Germany and the Soviet Union are about to sign a non-aggression agreement. So who are the ones arriving as refugees? Well, there are the socialists, the anarchists, the communists, so all of them are dangerous individuals. So among this population, there are around 80,000 or 8 or 9,000. So they were not really welcomed, as to say. So these are some examples. We didn't make this up, of course. These are extracts from the press of the time. And these are images taken by French journalists. These are news pieces drafted by the ministries. For instance, here they say 400 children are lost in the mountains, dozens of dead persons in the Pyrenees, bodies that haven't been recovered yet. So I have to go very fast. So I will just give you some keys about the arrival in France and how are they received there. Because I'm sure our colleagues will also talk about the same situation in Mexico. So in the case of France, the very first thing they do is to classify the population and divide it into women, children, men, adults, or young people over 16. And then they are sent to hosting centers, and they are distributed all around in different camps that you can see on the screen. Some of these camps were really, well, had really terrible conditions, tragic conditions. So how were these concentration camps that the French government put in place to gather all the refugees? Well, maybe I am exaggerating. You're going to think that I am exaggerating, but the first concentration camps were basically stables. They treated people as if they were livestock. They were just leading them as you lead the sheep. So this is the treatment the Spanish refugees received when they just arrived to France. So first of all, families were separated, were divided, and then the men over 16 were sent to the concentration camps. So here you have some images, really dramatic images. A family that is separated and they have to meet like this through the fence. And then you have this little girl trying to cook something. So this is all contents from the press in France. So imagine a beach where there is only sand, and in just a couple of days the French government installs all these kilometers of fences, and then the people is just put in there with no shelter, with no buildings, with nothing. Only the fences. So at the very beginning, they tried to make these shelters, or they just use the coats in order to cover themselves and to protect a little bit themselves. And then later on, there is a kind of organization that starts to emerge inside the concentration camps, and these camps become in some way cities, because sometimes the camps had thousands of people living inside, much more than the population of the village around the camp. So this was the strategy of the French administration to organize and to manage all this population that arrived. So these are concentration camps, literally, because they concentrated people. There was no medical assistance, no healthcare, of course, almost no food. I'm not going to talk about psychiatric assistance, of course. We have problems now at present, so imagine back then. So these people die from desperation, from injuries that they have since they were in the front line. And we have some records about the deaths, and they talked about death of the mind. So probably because of desperation. I have an interesting question for you. Where are all those people who disappeared in the concentration camps? We don't know. In some cases, there were burials of the people who died in the concentration camps in the municipalities around, but it's not always like that. Some testimonies say that the people was buried just besides the concentration camp in the beach. These are the documents that I have been working with, that I have been analyzing. Sometimes we have the complete name, the full name, and sometimes we have the origin of the person or the religion of the person. Sometimes there are indications about features or particular characteristics of the person. This was all managed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs at the time. And there is also records about where these people go after the concentration camp, if they have unemployment or whatever they do is recorded, because we consider these people very dangerous. That's why. So 3 minutes. Okay. This is the way the refugee population live in France. Some of the documents of the different concentration camps that have been kept in the French archives, which are a little bit more flexible than the Spanish ones. And so we can learn what happened to some of these people. And some of the people here are children of La Desbandá, who left Malaga and who crossed the border when they were around 15, 17 years old, and they get to the concentration camps. We know that because of the stories of the mothers that try to find their children. So these mothers, they send letters to the Red Cross, for instance, and they say, well, I know my child, he is in that concentration camp. We left Malaga. We ran away from Malaga. And that, with that kind of document, we've been able to imagine or to recover all the journey of these people. I only have a minute, I know. What about the future, or what happened to these people next? Some of them go to the army, and they're going to be the first victims of the Nazi army. Some of them are going to go to the concentration camps of the Nazi concentration camps. Some of them go into the exile in Morocco. And some of them are going to the Soviet Union. I'm not going to say anything about Mexico because we have somebody here who's going to tell us about it, many of these children go to Mexico. Well, and I always like to end up with this picture, because despite all the time that has passed since the tragedy of La Desbandá here in Malaga, 85 years after that, we still see the same pictures, same situations, same tragedy. And I hope this Congress and all the work that is going to be done in the scientific and research field, I hope it's going to help not to repeat the history. And I hope we don't have to see this again. This is a picture of a Syrian mom and her children that are trying to escape from Syria and that ended up in a concentration camp as well. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Juanfran. Tu tiempo ha terminado.
Thank you very much, Juanfran. Your time is over. I'm sure when we have the opportunity to read your articles, your papers, we're going to learn much more. So now it's the time of Dr. Pilar Domínguez Prats, who holds a PhD from the Complutense University of Madrid. She's a professor of history at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. She's done that until 2019. She's a professor of the Historical Sciences Department, and she has made researches on the field of oral history of women during the Spanish Civil War and exile, also at the University Complutense of Madrid. And she has also participated in feminist studies at the UCM. Since 2004, she's president of the board. And she keeps leading many individual and collective works on the exile in Mexico for the period between 1939 and 1950. She has led a study on the Republican women in Mexico. And she had a research line on social movement, on gender relationships, history of the trade unionism in Spain, and today, following this line of memory and oral tradition, she is going to share with us the story of María Fernández. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. That's what I was saying to my colleague. As Pepe said, I deal with the topic of exilium in Mexico. Well, I've done it from the point of view of oral history that focuses on memory as the center of analysis, something which is essential to study women because they have always been the hidden voice, the hidden subject in history. So I started carrying out some interviews for my thesis at the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s. And I had to carry out some of those interviews there in Mexico thanks to a research grant. I could be there for 2 years. And thanks to these interviews, I was able not only to make my thesis, but also to go back to those interviews and be able to recover the voices of women like María Fernández. That's his surname when she was single. She was called María Gallego after she was married. But this is her original name. She was born in 1910. And of course, if I wanted to interview her, it would have been impossible now. In the exile, I'm sorry. So that's why I think this is interesting. This exile, well, my colleagues have talked about it, about what it means to live through France and how more than 500,000 people crossed a frontier after the defeat of the Republic and because they were fearing a law that was established in 1939, which is the law of political responsibilities that make it all retroactive up to the year 1934. So it's not only what you had done during the war, but what you had done during the period of the Republic. So these months with a series of trips that were done in France, suffering from the concentration camps, as our colleague mentioned. Also, Maria's husband had to endure that. They were able to leave for Mexico. We have to say as well that in France, the refugees that came out, according to a French researcher, 43% of them were women and children. So a great characteristic of exile was that it's a family exile. First of all in France and then later on in Mexico. So that is quite a notable difference from other exiles from before. And from the point of view of women, it's the most numerous one in the history, in the contemporaneous history of Spain. These trips to Mexico are organized they are part of the, as I called before, Vapor in Ipanema, Paco Gallegos, Maria's husband. On the 7th of July of the year 39, they depart towards Mexico from the Atlantic coast of France. It is clear that these trips were organized thanks to the cooperation of the government of the Republic and the Mexican government that offered economic help and aid, economic help, and they welcomed all these people. They reached the Veracruz port with three main ships, Sinaya, Ipanema, which is the second one, and the third one, which was the Mexic. And talking a little bit about Francisco Gallego, one of the protagonists of our story, he was born in 1906 and Lajare declared that was one of the organizations, together with SERE, that organized the trips, was going to help in this situation that was created by the Republicans himself. He declared that he had got there in July 39 on the boat Ipanema. So he told Lajare, this is documents that are part of the fan in the Battle of the Ebro. He reached Catalonia as a military man and he crossed France on the 13th of February 1939, and from there he went to Mexico. So he spent a couple of years at war as a military man, because I know that people that left in La Desbandá, if they were young, like in this case, they got to and were part of the Republican Army, as it happened with him. The German invasion of 1940 interrupted these trips on their own. These were family trips, and sometimes I found documentation in Lajare in which women pretended to be married to somebody else to be able to go to Mexico, because they used very strict criteria against women who were traveling on their own. That was not the case of Maria, as we will see, because she reached Mexico 8 years after her husband did, in 1945, and that's something she remembers. In Mexico, there were 24,000 refugees established between the years 39 and 47. And also, 1/3 of them were women. So in the Republican exile, we're going to offer some data. When it comes to women, what I've studied, we had women coming from, very different types of women. The range of age would be between 25 and 45 years, so young women. Also, some that were accompanying their relatives from 40 to 60 years old, and a quite important group of minors, Their civil state was married women. Single women were much less, and widows and separated women. And this is a significant data. There were a lot of war widows, and because these reports were androcentric, that is to say, they focused on the male representative of the family, according to patriarchal norms. So they were only the head of the family. Women were only the head of the family if they were widows or if they were separated. They usually worked at home. They were housewives. And although actually the women that are here and appear as professionals or students, those working women were very important in the case of the exile. We mustn't forget that in the case of Mexico, there were women that were very important, like the three courts deputies, Margarita Mende, Matilde de la Torre, intellectuals and politicians like Isabel Oyarzaba, who was from Malaga as well, Matilde Cantos, Luisa Carnés, Encarnación Fuyola, Cecilia Aguilar, etc. So many of them were exiled in Mexico, and we can see that it's a very heterogeneous exile, because they had nothing to do with the housewives of families like Paco, for example, who was only a trade worker. So they have a very heterogeneous character, but these groups, the limits start to get not so clear, because most of those exiled come from a very similar situation. Their human capital was very different, but they're the opposite. I mean, circumstances were the same, although their human capital was different. Okay, I'm going to grab a little bit of water.
Centrándonos un poco en las entrevistas, como vemos, pues hay grandes.
If we focus on the interviews, there is a big difference between Isabel de Palencia or Isabel de Oyarzabal and María Fernández, who was a housewife, who was born in Malaga in 1910. And the interview I carried out, as it usually happens, it's a life story. They start with the time when they were children. So this allows to the interviewee to, tell their story more freely and giving more importance to whatever she felt was most traumatic. And in this case, it was her stay in jail. Well, here I have highlighted some of the things she says. She came from a humble family. She had 10 siblings. Her father had a small shoe shop, and she said that it didn't give enough money to feed the whole of the family. And she worked together with her sisters, sewing baby shoes, and she complained that there was not enough schooling at that time. And she complains in this paper, in this text. She said, I haven't been schooled and I don't want that for my daughter. So in those testimonies, there is a composition of the story. What she thought then about her education is not the same as she thought at that time, at the time when it was happening. So there are many women that have been discriminated, and that still happens currently. That is the truth of these oral stories, not only what they tell you about the past, but the reflection they make about their own experience. I'm not going to read it because you can have a look at it on the screen. So she says that she's been educated somehow as a housewife, and for that reason she couldn't prosper. And that caught my attention because it said that following the steps of this traditional model, he was Paco's girlfriend, and after 8 years of being in a relationship, they got married. And the whole of the story and the birth of their children, etc., was very important. Anything that refers to private life, it's important. It's more important than political matters. And I think that is very interesting because it is a case that is very peculiar. She knew nothing about the political activities of his husband. His husband said, "Well, this is my own thing. Politics is my own thing." But she suffered from that, and terribly actually, when she was in jail. So here you can see what Mirta was saying this morning, the gender repression, how women are given this punishment, not because of what they have done, because, you know, she was a very apolitical woman. She was married, she already had 2 children, and she goes to jail. And she said, "I was in jail as a criminal without having done." Maria, as we have seen, is not a particular experience, because this repression was thrown onto women in a very clear way. In the way she talks in the interview, she reproduces the situation as if it was the scene that she lived with the police, with the civil guards. So, and her father said she hasn't done anything, and they told her, no, it's because of her husband. And I think it's interesting here to see, and those who deal with oral history, we focus on language a lot. If it's told in first person, third person, civil guard were evil, and I was so scared that I lost my period for 5 years. So the situation in jails at the beginning, in the year 37, because she was arrested, and she said that the red health one, she wrote, this is a letter written by her, saying that she's looking forward to living with her husband again. We have to say that her reasons are more emotional, more than political, but there are many difficulties. There were the difficulties also because we had the World War as well. And in 1945, she went from Vigo to La Habana, and in La Habana, La Jare, thanks to the petition done by her husband, paid for the trip to Mexico so they could get together again in 1945. She said that her child, her boy, found it very hard to recognize his father, and this child wanted to go back to Malaga, actually. And with this I finish. We can say that Mexico offered them freedom, the freedom of being able to live in there, far away from the dark post-war period in Spain, and the possibility to start a new life together. And counting on the Republican institution aid, not only Jare and Sede, but also schools. Her children went to school, and also masonry that her husband belonged to, created by El Gran Oriente Español, one of the creators in Mexico. These refugees found it easy to adapt and integrate in the country thanks to a relatively common cultural background. And in the capital, there was a very wide exiled collectivity, so there were many endogamic relationships, and like, for example, exiled children married other exiled children, and they went. Amparo, you have the floor. These are personal images of the concentration camps, among others. She was born during the Civil War. She's a daughter of Republican military men. In February, we cannot hear you because the microphone is not on. They went to the concentration camps in July 56. She came back to Spain. She was arrested and interrogated by the political brigade. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Amparo Sánchez Monroy, she was born during the Civil War. She is a daughter of a Republican combatant, and on the 8th of February 1939, she went across the French frontier in the arms of her parents towards the concentration camps. In July 1956, she came back to Spain. She was arrested and interrogated by the Social Political Brigade, and she was obliged to comply with the Social Service of Women with La Falange. She brings here today her topic, A Memory in Flesh, Memoria en Carne Viva. February of 1939, La Desbandá was walking towards France and the concentration camps, and July 1956, the coming back to Spain, the interior exile. She studied with a PhD in the Constitution of the Second Republic. She's a delegate in France of the Association Guerrilleros Españoles. She's a daughter of the war and an exiled woman.
Hola. Como bien sabemos,
Well, as we well know, the official story of this country has been written for nearly 40 years from the violence of the coup d'etat by those that were part of our civil wars, the ones that won the war. And it was a civil war and much more than that. And we've had to see a lot of years passing by, black years of repression and dictatorship, until the historical version imposed by them due to terror starts to break and falls, and finally this wall of silence, the thick wall of silence, falls, the one with which they wanted to bury the real social story of this village, which is the story of time, human lives, laughter, suffering, hope and death.
Y de eso precisamente quiero hablar, de nuestra.
And I wanted to talk about that, our most recent social history of an epopeic period written by anonymous men and women whose name is not part of the official story, although they are its essence itself. Women and men from Spain who have lived this history in its most tragic dimension. Some pages that have not yet been explored that talk about the exile, that talks about concentration camps, resistance, jails, torture and death. Of a dignified village which is fighting for their freedom, very simple people, the lay people. There were no heroes, there was just the children of the village that Antonio Machado celebrated, thanks to Juan de Mairena, when he talked about their homeland. In the case of danger, the rich people will evoke and sell it. The village buys it with their blood, and they do not even name it. We're talking about this village, an abandoned one, condemned to exile, a village that was betrayed by ones and the others. Why was I lucky enough to grow in the light of that example, sharing with them the miseries of exile, the concentration camps in France, and the disgrace of another war, all of those fights, hopes, and hopelessness of these very hard years of exile. That's why I will talk about my own memories as a direct witness of facts and episodes lived next to them, from the very painful memory of those defeated who never were really defeated themselves. But before, I want to state the following, although Pepe has already mentioned it. As he said, I am Maria Amparo. I was born here in this place is such a punished place, on a day of April during the Civil War, when the fascist aviation, for the first time in history, bombarded the civil population, bringing death and tragedy with it. I am the daughter of anti-fascist fighters and a member of the army of the UNE and the movement for the reconquest of Spain. Later on, he was part of the FFE, the French forces of French interior forces, the Maquis. And in October in the year 44, one of the nearly 4,500 Quixotes that went to assault the Pyrenees through the Valley of Aran. A member of the Socialist Youth Party and delegate of the International Red Support Organization. This Franco victory that was reached thanks to the support of arms and Nazi fascist troops, with the complicity and the money of great capitalism, and very well served by a totally partial non-intervention that was related to some geopolitical interests that they couldn't confess. The Republicans didn't leave any other option but to be exiled or to die. The fall of Barcelona in January 1939 was going to generate the most significant flight ever known. My parents, with me in their arms, joined all of them, those very sad and endless defeated lines that for days walked tragically from very faraway places in the peninsula, with children in their arms, with cases, and with no fortune at all, searching for the frontier and hoping to find in France a homeland for human rights and a homeland for fraternity. But times were not times for humanism. And the so-seeked asylum became concentration camps. For those who went through the Pyrenees, these were camps in the south of Spain, all along the Mediterranean coast, and some improvised hostels in the rest of the territory, where the French brought these herd of human beings together, the ones that crossed the frontier in the year 1939, and who reached their territory, as our colleague said, with the label of being undesirable.
That was already a lot of what we could expect from our immediate future. For some, those who left from Alicante, and also for those who were assigned to a residency or some kind of institution because they were considered dangerous. The concentration camps in northern Africa were terrible. Derfra, Mogari, Al-Shefrad. We, on the 7th of February, passed the mountains with the troops after us and with the fascist aviation bombing us until we crossed the border. On the 7th, Girona had fell. Figueras on the 8th. 9th, the Franco troops arrived to Fréjus, and the French general was saying hello to Jordana, Franco's general. And on the 10th, France had closed its borders. the 500,000 refugees that, in spite of the war, the bombings, the fatigue, the dramas and suffering that they had been experiencing, when they crossed the borders into France, they found out that the concentration camps would be the burial place for their illusions, their hopes. The villages of the Pyrenees became sad memorials as the snow was their bed there. The cold and wet sands of the beaches in winter, under the wind of Tramontane, and the low temperatures that are brought by this wind. Argelès-sur-Mer, with women, men, children, old people, militians, wounded on the sand, under the cold and the hunger, suffering from hunger, just like sheep, prisoners facing a terrible sea, misery and pain, being kept as prisoners in inhuman conditions, hunger, cold, racism, promiscuity, sleeping on the sand covered by the wind, and the roaring of the sea, the lice, the wires, rhinitis, suffered because of the sand that blows into you. Fear and the sea as the only way out. Madness and the sea. In that camp, in Argelès-sur-Mer, thousands of Spanish children started discovering the world through the most inhuman aspect of it. Suffering the hardness of French concentration camps, just like the adults did, and also the weight of the suffering and humiliation that our parents were suffering. Families were separated by cruel institutions. And that broke down the remains of our families. My family, just like thousands of others, also suffered from this. We were dispersed throughout the territories. Among the thousands of shelters where refugees were kept, my mother and myself went to the Blochet camp, also La Mamé, Mine, and also we went to prison, spent some time in jail. An old jail in north of France, in unhealthy conditions that had been abandoned, where the last occupants had been the German prisoners of the First World War. 75 women and children were taken to that jail in November 1939, and in this Aubusson jail I turned 2. At the time I was too young to have any conscious memories of the inhuman conditions in which we lived. I don't truly admire Freud, but I do feel that everything I went through at the time has been engraved in my subconsciousness. the dark noises in the night, the rats walking on the bodies, sleeping on the floor, the sound of the heartbeat of my mother while he held a box, a shoebox where she kept me to protect me from the rats. I have felt all that. In 1942, I was already 4. My first memories date from then. That's when I felt and suffered from racism and xenophobia during those very hard days of exile. In the year 1944, I saw German soldiers execute 2 men and a woman and take my father away as a prisoner. I have that memory in my brain, and in any case, conscious and unconscious memories have left a very deep print. I grew up among refugees. They took care of me and they helped me grow firmly and strongly in that terrible environment of concentration camps and the war. Those refugees were, without knowing it, my best teachers. Today, after everything I lived, now retired, now that my university degrees have no value anymore, I can say, completely aware of what I say, that they have been the most important and beautiful humanities. They were communists, anarchists, socialists, republicans, the Earth's League, they called themselves. We were rejected and we lived in the darkest of material miseries, but also in the brightest of intellectual environments. What a pleasure was it for me to listen to the evening discussions in the middle of a poor room. I heard their stories, I discovered ideas, I measured contradictions, and I could compare the content of what I read with what I learned from them. Listening and learning with a critical spirit, I managed to develop my own personality little by little under the influence of the Republican values that they conveyed to me. Everything that referred to Spain was a passion for me. We were not the Red Devils. The anarchy and international crime pest. Albert Camus' words during his conference supporting the Republicans, he said, Spain's war has taught us that we can be right and be defeated at the same time. These words match what Unamuno said in Salamanca when he said, you will win, but you will not convince us. Similar to the words that my father said to me, full of sadness, "Don't give up, never give up, my daughter." These words were the best and richest food to help me take positions in order to occupy the place that I deserved in society. Nothing happens by coincidence. I am here today to pay tribute to the refugees from my childhood. These warriors that are now represented by this fight of popular anti-fascist struggles. But how long will Spain take to comply with the rules of human rights, of the human rights? How long will it take until history will be registered as it was, reflecting the truth, so that those people take the place, take the position, occupy the places that correspond to them? You were the precursors, the pioneers of the fight against fascism in Europe before the Second World War. 9 years of struggle against the beast for the freedom of Europe that abandoned you. Roald Andy, Ron Captain, and other men with whom you fought in order to free Paris, men that knew you well, highlighted your value and courage, showing very clearly that Europe still has a pending doubt with you. From the concentration camps where France humiliated you, suffering from famine, half naked, and without shoes, you were resisting Nazis, and 60,000 Spaniards integrated the fight in the Maquis against in the resistance. How many Spaniards were included in the forced battalions in La Ligne Maginot, in the FFI, FTP? How many people sacrificed themselves in La Poche de Dunkerque? How many people were deported to extermination camps? Does Spain know how many were there? In Mauthausen, we know through informal paths and routes that about 5,000 Spanish people died. But what about Ravensbrück, Obisch, Buchenwald, Butzen? What about those camps? Does Spain know how many people died there from Spain? The truth is that the Spanish refugees were the first group of deported people in the phantom train that left from Angoulême, where many men and young people were taken to the extermination camp of Rabobank, and then went to Ravensbrück, where they left some women, and then this phantom train continued all the way to Rouen, to the Spanish border, where the civil guard was waiting, also the phalangists, and also the reformers of the sad memory. 80 years later, where are those official lists with the names, the dates, the places, and all those data that will allow the state to defend its citizens? according to its binding duty and also its moral duty. They have been left in oblivion. It's like a civil death, as Miguel de Cervantes would have said. It's like killing them for a second time, forgetting their names and their places. As time goes by, direct witnesses and actors disappear, and in the meantime, buried is sleeping the pain. I wanted to say that some stories or the reviewed history appears little by little, but I would like to give you this as food for thought. I would have liked to continue.
Salud.
Muchas gracias, María Amparo.
Thank you very much, María Amparo. Thank you, Pilar. Thank you, Juanfran. Thank you, Savio. Thank you to all the participants. We now have a short video conference by the last of the participants in this table. Jordi Guitze, who's going to talk about the persecuted, exiled people, the repression of Franco abroad, because those who went to the exile continued being persecuted beyond the Pyrenees. He's the director of the European Observatory of Memories of the Foundation Solidarity of the University of Barcelona. He's got a PhD in the University Paris-Sorbonne, and he's been a guest professor in several universities. He's been in charge of the Democratic Memory Department in Catalonia. He's a member of the International Committee of Memory Museums. He's a researcher in Iberian migrations and has also worked in the Museum of Etna. Among his works, I would like to highlight one that is related to the topic we are discussing today. Persecuted Republic since 37 till 51. And as Paul Preston says, thanks to these kind of works, we have access to more elements that can help us understand how Franco's regime could manage to continue enjoying his victory over Spanish democracy, in spite of the defeat of his allies.
Ya después de 10 años. Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, first of all, I would like to introduce myself, Jordi Guitze, historian, professor at the University of Barcelona, and I've been the director of the European Observatory of Memories. It's a transnational organization with more than 50 partners in more than 20 countries, and we develop our memory policies, local memory policies, and also at a transnational scale as well, an European scale. I am here as a historian and to synthesize in 20 minutes the concept that I wanted to present, the persecuted exile or extraterritorial repression against the exiled, most of all in the French territory. I'll briefly introduce it, and then, as I am here online, and well, I'll try to share some images with you that I think that some of you will probably know already, but also some reflections that are up to date. Well, anyway, thank you so much for the organization of this conference and the effort that I know that you are making from everywhere in the process of reflection. And after this first flight that will mean a massive exile in Andalusia and the south of Spain, and that holds the name of La Desbandá. I also wanted to congratulate you on dealing with not only exile but the memory of the victims, and for developing it with this conference, a theoretical and academic theory, but also other kinds of policies. My presentation, well, this was also the topic of my PhD, and it's been published in a couple of books. At the University of Valencia, The Persecuted Republic, and it's this obsession with Franquism, persecuting their enemies. First, I paint in red the whole of the Republican universe with no subtleties, and so this meant a very significant repressing virtue, and also that obsession of going through frontiers and creating these cooperation networks with Europe, which was full of political groups, communications and countries in which this fascism was successful, and also in this World War, this secret war of Franco that some authors have named. This is what I wanted to sum up. The chronological framework started before the end of the war, 37, and I finish in the year 51 with these anti-communist operations, with this Fourth French Republic, throwing in another sphere the Civil War, the World War, and also the Cold War, which affected very decisively the Spanish Republicans. And at that time, 1950, for example, we had the Operation Nevada, or the one in Africa with the deportation, or with no control or the legal guarantees of more than 404 names, most of them Spanish. So somehow this is the chronological framework, and I wanted to start with this reflection on what the main and the first information agencies and agents were to survey the Republican rearguard and the first areas that provoked the first exiles when they occupied the whole of the North Territory, or when in the year 38 the Pallares line was occupied, the capital of Lleida, and the whole of that vast area. But these offices were established from the year 36. There is a very complex network organized around what they call the SIGNES, the Service of Information of the North Frontier of Spain, that was co-funded by Catalonian politicians that had been exiled, and also bankers and politicians and other personalities, ultra-monarchic personalities that considered that they needed to defeat the Republic and cooperate in this kind of espionage through SIGNE. And I'll share with you some images later on. So somehow the beginning of this extraterritorial repression, this network of services that are in touch with Burgos and Salamanca, are reunified, and they are improved. They had headquarters like the central base in Paris, also Marseille, but also Perpignan, Toulouse, and also Saint Joan de Lourdes and Biarritz, where they had La Villa Nacionea and other villages that cooperated in this spying network. Somehow, this is the beginning of this persecuted exile, of the extraterritorial persecution, because the objective was to win the war, helping, of course, Franco. Later on, the diaspora of 1939, the camps in the south of France, the first welcoming, and also with the government in the French territory, they initiated some cooperations. The recognition of February of the year 39, the recognition of a pact by France and England of the rebel band and the group of Salamanca that is quite lethal for the Republic itself. And somehow it brings the basis after the war for the occupation, well, before the war ends, but from these agreements of the embassy itself in Paris and in the French territory. Consulates are occupied and embassies are occupied as well with these bicolor flag, and from then more narrow cooperation established with the French police and later on with the Germans. From these episodes, these periods, I'll talk more in detail with some images, but somehow this will present the basis for this beneficial cooperation, and a non-official one that will have a permanent element in itself. As you know, the frontier was closed with France, but with this sentence that the Spanish ones have no ideology. So there's always this neighborhood that is obliged, most of all, through the Pyrenees. And this will have a negative effect on the Republican collective who will be searching in France for refuge and aid. As you know, soon the Second World War started, and this will offer some parameters with the government of Vichy and the relationships with Betang and the Spanish embassy in Madrid. And it's his admiration for Francisco Franco as the chief of the destiny of the new Spain. So these new relations, the role of Serrano Suñez and the cooperation with the Germans, it had already been established with this first spying network with the services of the military police, Signia, etc. So this network starts to consolidate. Spain has sent and sends people in the general direction of the police for we're having problems with the sound reaching the booth. I apologize for that. So that more selectively they can do this surveillance in the same surveillance service. I'm sorry, but we're having some interferences here in the booth with the sound.
Generada por demanda de Consejo de Guerra, etc. Hay tres tipos, digamos, de entregas directas y ilegales.
There are three kinds of illegal repatriations. That there were no forced repatriation from France, but they said, but now we know that there were, thanks to some police documentation and diplomatic information, that they had these groups of women and children and individual repatriations from the territory of France towards Spain.
También hay una oscilación,
And also there's a change in the chronology of the interest of Franco, of this massive repatriation of those exiled, because in jails here after the concentration camps, jails was full of men and women. So they were not only full of them, but also, as you know, number the places available there. So this was the main parameter up to these actions and interaction, powerful ones that had these the highest peak in the cooperation established in August of 1940, when they handed political personalities, Ampero, Luis Combines, etc., when these are effective. So, in fact, there is a, well, thanks to the agreement between France and the Vichy government and the Mexican government, this famous Franco-Mexican agreement of August 1940, somehow we can avoid what was supposed to be a hunting of Republican leaders with a fatal destiny, being arrested and being shot finally in the majority of cases. So thanks to this Franco-Mexican pact, these diplomatic relations that were usually quite confusing, but trying to respect certain kind of legality by the part of the French government, because Spain always used to say that no, they had to be isolated and they needed to have a certain law that would be applied after the occupied German territory. And this law that would allow, apart from the declaration of those exiled, would allow for the massive deportation towards the Nazi camps. So that's another part of this story of this extraterritorial repression that I will not dwell on, but it's also part of these negotiations and non-official commissions for negotiation, like Brisbane Commission that regulated the French-German coalition. We had José Antonio Barroso, that was a military aggregated, and with the Spanish embassy in Paris. Somehow this always has this role of mediation and also for trying to recover Vienna and these extraterritorial repression, because they wanted to recover goods. And Antonio Barroso, this military aggregated, was the president of this goods recovery commission, and they finished arresting and punishing people in operations that were precise. For example, the Costa Azul operation in Nice, where several leaders were arrested. Among them, we had Judith Tarradellas with peculiar declarations in its questioning, and these policemen, the Spanish policemen, together with the cooperation of, the ambassador and the ex-ambassador of this Franco cupule, also the CARICAM ambassador and other consuls and personalities that somehow were there between the service, but the diplomatic, they were part of the diplomatic body because they were, finally, they were policemen, they were informants, but they also acted on this more physical repression, the recovery and assault to headquarters like La Jare of the Basque government of Generalitat. These agents took part in it, and this commission of recovery of documentation and goods. And in a way, this is the most complex part. I analyze it that France, it's a territory of hunting and capture as well. From the year 1940, these operations continue to take place, but there is an inflection when this Franco regime in the year 1943, when there is the defeat in Stalingrado, and there we can see that we start to wink our eye towards this Anglo-Saxon axis. And as you know, this is what will allow for the persistence of Franco after the Second World War. Many conferences, worked for the, they wanted to expel Franco from power, but they didn't have a direct consequence. Leguerica, one of the most pro-Nazi personalities. They were covered by the government of Franco in Madrid. Some ministers, briefly, and they ended up in a place which was very symptomatic, which was the embassy of Washington. So this reconversion and this Spanish Marshall Plan, when the Americans funded a part of Barajas, some railway stations, etc., that they were interested in, strategically speaking, then somehow this allowed this the existence of these access, and this is a very powerful symbol, but it responds to the idea that after the France liberation, after 44 and 45, with the provisional governments and the Republican government, the Communist Party had a lot of weight in this French General Assembly. So with this weight of the Communist Party, that's when the repression, diplomatic actions to stop the control and the cooperation with this Franco regime for the persecution of people, then that's when these decreased. But from the year 48, the frontiers were open, and then this international declaration, this de facto declaration saying that we recognized somehow Franco, and something that wouldn't bother so much in the south of Europe, as I said before, as a territory for surveillance and participation in a new war, which is a Cold War.
So this is what I wanted to say. And all I wanted to present to you today. And here I've brought some images. Here we have, well, these repressors, these persecutors in the international Nazism. You know that Franco also helped many collaborators and Nazis hide. Here we have one of the Nazis commanders who hid in La Carolina here under 3 different names, and he was never subject to the extradition that was asked by the Belgian government. Well, of course, there are many different characters here, and here we have Leon Degrelle, who had signed a poem book because Hélène was the wife and she was condemned, and this is from 1954. And well, so that's all. I didn't really want to take much longer. There was a control system with statistics and map control, and we see the mobilization of the exiled people continue, and the political parties continue in spite of the Congress, and for inviting me to participate. I hope that my presentation was not too chaotic, but it was a very quick presentation of what I've been studying on the extraterritorial repression of Franco's regime. Thank you very much and goodbye. Thank you, Jordi, although you cannot hear us. And thank you to everyone present here. Thank you to the panelists. And I hope it was of interest to you. And now, I'd just like to remind you that we are going to publish all the contributions to the Congress, so you will have the complete presentations. I would like to thank Maria Amparo's presence here with this gift for her to remember this Congress, also for Pilar, for Eusebio, and also for Juanfran. Thank you. And sorry for the delay.
Vamos con retraso, comenzamos.
So we have a delay, and we are going to start straight away with the next roundtable, which is probably the most interesting one and the best of all.
Vamos a dar comienzo posiblemente al acto.
So we are going to now start the most important part of our Congress. It's going to be brief,
but most of the young people who are here with us will still be with us during these 3 days, so you will have the opportunity to talk to them during the coffee breaks and the lunches and so on. So survivors and also daughters of the exile. Maria Jose Montero is going to coordinate this. She's the coordinator of survivors, of many other things too. And there's an initial intervention by Enrique Santiago, who's the General Secretary of the Communist Party. We've invited him to participate because he was the Secretary of State of the Agenda 2030, and when we could not organize the Congress, he provided the funds that were necessary for it to be held. And also because he's very much in relation with us, because he's been working on universal justice, also in the aid to refugees, and he's been the main counselor of the FARC during the peace process. The Colombian press said the Spanish communist who wants to decide in Colombia. And Maria Jose Montero is going to coordinate this part of this section here. So Enrique, please take the floor. It is a great honor for us to have you here with us.
Pues muchas gracias, José Manuel, muchas gracias a la organización.
Thank you very much, José Manuel, and thank you to all of the organizers of La Desbandá. Oh, thank you very much for the work they're doing for the Congress, but also for the conservation of the memory, as also for the struggle for justice, then to fight for repair and to avoid the repetition. It's a great honor for me to be here with the victims of La Desbandá and also the victims of the Nazi regimes, fascism, victims of the repression in Spain during the dictatorship after the Civil War. And I think that we must always start saying thank you to the victims organizations, because we were not talking about memory yet, but victims got organized, and we need to help them and thank them for the work they've carried out to recover the memory. And that's what I would like to focus on, because this is something that sometimes is not seen with this perspective that is very important in the political change in many countries. So the work done by victims organization, the victims of the violation of human rights, of crimes against humanity, the work they've done to put an end to regimes, inhuman regimes, and also the work they do for justice and repair or reparation. So the fight against the impunity of international crimes, crimes of genocide and torture and forced disappearance, this has been something that has always been there whenever there have been regimes doing these atrocities. In the case of the Nazis regime, well, it was just so serious what they did that there was nothing that defined that kind of crime. The crime of genocide was defined later on, after the defeat of Nazi fascism, because up to that moment, no human brain had been able to imagine such a crime. So there was not crime defined as such in the law, an extermination, industrial extermination, design of complete groups of people.
That's how we identify and define the Nazi fascist regime, the extermination of groups of people in industrial ways because of political positions like communists, trade unionists, simply also other people that they wanted to exterminate for racist reasons and so on. In the Second World War, the Soviet Union and the Allies defeated the Nazi fascism, and after that, the Charter of Nuremberg was approved after the London process and after the Nuremberg courts. Well, we had the Convention of 1948 to fight against genocide. But since then, the crimes against humanity have been there. Well, we have this at the same time as the war. Well, the homeland, motherland of equality, fraternity, were the first ones to introduce torture as a war weapon in Indochina first. And although they had a military defeat there, they later on apply it in Algeria, where they were also defeated by the Algerian people. But this doctrine, where we see the legalization of torture as a war weapon, this is exported to Latin America, where it is used to sustain the authoritarian plans to put an end to democracy, but also to delete all sorts of opposition, organized opposition, or simply discrepancy. Mr. Ibero, an Argentinian, said, well, little by little, had to eliminate opponents, but also in those who were indifferent to the authoritarian regimes. And the most cruel of all of these dictatorships, the 1976 Argentinian dictatorship, well, very quickly there were victim organizations claiming against the disappearance of human beings, because that's probably the worst of crimes against humanity, not knowing what happened to the victims. It is something that goes against the society as a whole, where it was said that even if there were movements claiming where these people were and asking to have information about those people to know whether they are detained or not, well, the fact of not giving an answer to all this, and this meant that, well, it could be even worse for the society. So we have the mothers of the May Square, and well, this is a terrible suffering, in fact, for the society. I'm not sure if we really value the role of these women in this struggle for the rights of victims. I think there's this first stage since 1976 till the 90s, where we have the first organization of the victims, where the resistance could not be in the hands of political parties, because the political opposition movements have been disarticulated. So the resistance of human rights and the dignity of the people, well, that was in fact on the shoulders of the victims' organizations, and this has had a very high ethical value, because it has proven that humankind has extraordinary values that are quite the opposite of what the far right
represents. So we've seen that in Argentina, in Chile, in Brazil, in Uruguay, and I think that in the 90s and the 80s, well, the 80s was a decade of success for the victims movement. Just as, well, it was possible to express the horror of the dictatorships. This was not easy to be done in our country. This was unknown also because of the extermination that was carried out in Spain. Well, it was known that there was a dictatorship, but no one really knew the kind of crimes had taken place. In 1984, the United Nations approved the Convention Against Torture. It is precisely where the victims of all these dictatorships had brought their voice and were claiming their rights at the highest. And then in the 90s, there was a disappearance of the military blocs from the geostrategic point of view. It was a special period, and there was a victory of the movement against impunity. The dictatorships in Latin America were falling. And, well, with the disappearance of the Soviet Union, there was a period of time where there was no enemy for the big business of the US, the war business. So those years allowed many organizations to advance in the fight against impunity, making good use of the Convention on Humanitarian Rights, also the pacts on social and human rights, the Convention Against Torture. All these international conventions had not been implemented, in fact, during the Cold War, and they dated from the 40s, most of them. Then in the 90s, during this decade of opportunity, there was a great advance in universal justice as a mechanism to protect human rights and to fight against impunity. And great advances were achieved. It was the golden age of Spanish justice after the dictatorship in our country. Well, it becomes a reference of prosecution of international crimes, like in the case of Argentina, Chile, and the military board of Guatemala. Pinochet was detained in London under the international award of detention by Judge Garzón. Also, Alonso Strilingo, who participated in Argentina, was also detained. So in 1998, we hear things such as saying that the fight against impunity is an absolute priority, and that amnesty and prescription are not applied to that. So the amnesty laws in Argentina, Chile, or Guatemala cannot be applied, and they cannot be therefore respected, because the international law does not respect it. And this is a terrible contradiction, because this cannot be applied in other places of the world, because we are applying the universal jurisdiction in that case. But in the case of Spain, the Spanish courts do not apply that same principle to the great number of impunity cases that still today exist in our country. So this contradiction in the Spanish courts in terms of interpreting or construing the amnesty law, having applied amnesty to the crimes of law, against humanity and genocide that had been committed by the dictatorship. Well, the Spanish court said that that kind of crimes could not be subject to amnesty in Guatemala, Chile, or Argentina, but they could be subject to amnesty here in Spain. That same kind of crimes. And this is, well, the triggering point for the states to start considering what was going on in the justice system, which was not cleaned after the dictatorship. And the Judge Garzón accepted the claim presented by the victims' organizations against the dictatorship, and this, well, in this case, Judge Garzón was declared incompetent, and he had been acknowledged to have the necessary competence to persecute those crimes in other countries, but not in Spain. And there are tricks, so some tricks were used to be able to disqualify the judge and declare him ineligible. And since then, we still have to fight against impunity, because, of course, those contradictions that have been made patent in the judicial apparatus in Spain, well, things had to be done about this. So I'd like to thank the work carried out by the victims' organizations to fight against impunity in other places of the world, from Spain, also the work carried out to fight against the impunity of Francoism, also the enormous effort of the claims in Argentina against the crimes of Francoism, in order to demonstrate these contradictions. But also it was a great opportunity for Argentina to show solidarity to what was done in Spain with the trials against the crimes against humanity that were committed in Argentina, and also in the case of Chile. And since then, we've seen thousands of people who have been persecuted in Argentina and in Chile thanks to this. And this is a work that is still open and in development. In Spain, there's been an important debate in the movement against impunity and the victims' movement about the frustration we all feel when we see that we cannot advance with specific measures in the struggle against impunity. I believe that, of course, well, we have the situation where death extinguishes criminal responsibility, and this means that time, well, has made it impossible for us to take the actors of those crimes to the courts because they've died. And of course, we must not forget that the dictator here in Spain died in his bed. And in any case, the judicial apparatus has taken a very, well, not professional attitude. Also, it's been very a coward. This was a coward attitude. And, well, the Spanish law of amnesty was a victory for the communists, and they considered that this law was the one responsible for the impunity of the perpetrators. Because before that law was passed, already with the approval of the Letter of London, with the London Principles, in order to create the Nuremberg Court, and also with the Conventions of 49 against the war crimes, and also the Convention on Torture, there have always been in the international law sufficient rules that determine that this type of crimes may not be subject to amnesty. And therefore, we've seen, well, saying that it is the law of amnesty that doesn't allow to work against those crimes in this country. Well, this was a dirty way of getting away with it. So the government, well, wanted to make it clear that, well, that way no judge would have to study what the international law has established over 50 years ago, and now we have an explicit rule that says that according to international law of civilized nations, crimes against humanity and crimes of torture may never be subject of amnesty. So I'd like to thank the victims' organizations for fighting for the right, for the truth, the justice, reparation, and also the non-repetition of all these terrible actions.
Buenas tardes. Perdón.
Good afternoon. We apologize for the delay, but we're going to try to be fast now. In the panel, apart from Enrique Santiago, we have 3 people who are survivors from the road. One person who was born in the exile of a family that ran and escaped along that road, and then 1 or 2 people who are not here, Amparo, who were born in the exile. So how are we going to organize it? To make it very fast, I will just give some information on each one of them. And I'm going to ask them a question so that they can talk about that precise question. What I would like to do, and I know that you really want to ask them a lot of questions, it's better if we have the dialogue here. I know it's going to be complicated, but let's try to have it a dialogue between all of you and them and him, because that's a way in which you can get to know each other. Although, as Vita said, all of these days you can talk to them anywhere here in these premises. We're going to start with Ana Pomares. She was 9 years old on the 7th of February of 1937. And here she is. She's been the victim of 4 processes of exile, because from Almería they moved to Oran, Alger, on a boat, and then they went to Barcelona and then Valencia. And then they came back to... Well, now she lives in Algeciras, but they came back before they came back to Almería. So there is a book about her written by Fran Martin, which is called The War in My Eyes, The 4 Exiles of Ana. Ana, this is my question for you. What memories do you keep of that road, of the arrival to Alicante and then Oran? And please try to be very concise, very brief. Ana. The memories that I keep are really hard because when we were on the boat, on the ship, there were 7 children and 6 adults, 3 couples. And when we get to Oran, they didn't allow us to go to get off the boat because the governor of Oran was a friend of Franco and they didn't want to have refugees in Oran. So the workers went on strike and that's when they allowed us to jump on land. But we didn't spend a long time there because my father didn't like the way of life that there was there. And that's when we went to Barcelona. And in Barcelona, we spent 1 month, 1.5 months. But as they were bombing Barcelona, we went down to Valencia and we spent there some more time. When the Franco troops got into Valencia, then we came back to Almería. Again, because my father said, we're going to be here with them. Well, let's go back to Almería because our family were there in Almería. My memories are really hard because we went into the refuge, the refuge areas, the sirens, the noise made by the bombs, and our hair was raised, and you go from being a girl to an adult because we were all the time frightened, and that was a massacre what they did on that road. On the road, I remember people lying on the floor crying, kids being lost, mothers that couldn't even look for their children. They were hiding because when the planes came, they just sought refuge anywhere. So they got lost. That was a massacre. That was an assassination because they went to get us. There were no military people there. It was only people from the village and men, women, children, but they wanted to finish us. And they said, they're running away. Well, we're going to kill all of them. That's what we call an assassination, and there is no forgiveness for them. And we cannot forget that. Thank you so much, Ana. We have Manuel Triano here. He walked the road being 6 months old in the arms of his mother. They reached Alicante and there they had to build a cave to protect themselves. Manuel, I was going to ask you, your mother is the one who's told you everything that happened on that road because you were just a baby. You cannot have memories of it. So tell us what you would highlight out of what your mother told you. Well, I have to highlight the same thing that Anna has said and what we have said for 1,000,000 times. That was a mass killing. That was a mass assassination. I will kill you because I want to kill you. Nazis, fascists killing Spanish people killing Spanish people, people that had nothing to do with the problem. They were evil, and they were in charge of that terrible horror, and they kept on doing it after the war. We also have here María Hidalgo Guerrero. María Hidalgo, well, we located her a week ago. So, María, can you tell us about, for you, you walk the road with your family, so what you think would be most significant to highlight so that everybody can know? Microphone, please. Thank you. For me, it is the same as Anna said. I was 5 years old, and my birthday was at that time. I was 6 at that time. That night was horrible. we were all with our families, and we got lost. We walked, we wandered around, and everybody got lost. So my father took my sister and me, and my mother had to go somewhere else. The whole of the family got lost, and we were so many people. My aunt had 5 children, and we lost all of them. One of the childs, we saw him on the truck, and when he saw us, he jumped from the truck and he broke a leg. I remember my uncle put some kind of a bandage with the belt, and of course, he had broken his leg, but my uncle tried to help him. He was crying. It was so horrible. I remember that I was walking among dead people, and we were looking for a path that we could follow so that we were not bombed, and you could see the fire coming from the ships, the planes, all those bombing noises. And I was 5 or 6 years old. And it was horrible. We went to Almería, and I don't know anything else about it because I was very little, but we were so scared. We couldn't talk about anything. So my father was punished when we came back because my mother didn't know if we were alive or dead. We were sent to Malaga, and after 3 years we didn't know, we couldn't know that my mother was alive, and another sister of mine, and my grandfather who was found on the road. So it's like I cannot believe it. I cannot believe what happened, but I was a little girl. I remember we started walking at night. I was carrying something like a towel or something around me. It was the night. Why? Because my uncle said, they're going to kill us, they're going to kill us. And we all started running. And then later on, it's when the worst things came. Too much. It was too much. It was horrible.
Da pena, da pena.
Gracias.
It is so sad, yes. Thank you, Maria. We also have the testimony of a woman who's here, whose mother died in April. But she wants to tell us about this because her mother walked the road, and she wanted to have a few minutes to tell us about it. Maria José Barreiro. Well, okay. I'm going to stand here. Okay. My mother escaped along that road when she was 13. She died in April at the age of 98 years old, 98 and a half. And she was unable to talk about it. In various occasions, I tried, together with a cousin of mine, I tried to, ask for some information. And her story, and the story of her family, they were born in Malaga, but they lived in Antequera. And her exodus started in Antequera when they occupied it. But her mother told them, she said, we have to go to Malaga. But when I got into the La Memoria in 2007, I knew that my grandfather, who was already 50, had been a volunteer in the Pablo Iglesias battalion of the militia in Malaga. He was a health worker, and when they got to Malaga, they went to help at the hospital, the blood hospital in Malaga, that now is a very luxurious hotel, the old Miramar Hotel. So there, my grandmother and my aunt, who was 16, they worked as nurses. My grandfather first worked as a health assistant, and then he went with the militias. As the girl, who was my mother, was 13 years old, and the atmosphere at the hospital was not a good one, he got into this school group of UGT for teaching. And from there, on the 7th of February, these schools evacuated all the children, and my mother left with no family. With these schools, well, they were places that were very much protected during the Republic, but she left without a family under the bombings. And in the 60s, when we were little at home, we heard her talking, because I think that she never told anyone. I think that she talked to herself. She said, "They destroyed my life. I was bombed." And we thought about films, you know, the ones that you see on TV, because we were not conscious of what was happening. But I got into the memory, La Memoria, in 2007, and then I saw what that road meant. And I remembered what she was saying, and that's when I realized that my mother was a very strange woman. She was different from the other moms. My mother was different, and I started to understand everything. The road of Almeria was walked by my aunt when she was 16 with the Hospital of Blood, Hospital de Sangre, and they reached Valencia. My mother school group went to Almeria from Almeria to Valencia. In Almeria, they were bombed again, even on the road, and also in Almeria and in Valencia as well. They were bombing them. So she was in two schools in Valencia that have been studied by a historian from Valencia, Cristina Escriba. And I told her about this school from Malaga. And judging by what my cousin said, my grandmother and my grandfather were traveling together, and they stayed in Motril, in the front of Motril. And from the front of Motril, they had to come back to Malaga. My grandfather was shot in the summary that doesn't appear. I already told you about that. And I wanted to mention something which is peculiar, and people do not usually know about this. I have a Marine from Ferrol who was executed, and he was part of Cervera, and he was shot. The staff there was shot in the military arsenal of Ferrol, and among them my uncle was there. And so, you know, in the Cervera, they didn't have the original crew. The original crew of Cervera and España, they resisted in Ferrol, and they gave their lives for that reason. They were all shot, they were executed, and this is in the Ferrol Military Archive. And also my my uncle-in-law, who also walked and escaped along that road of Almeria. And that's all. Thank you.
Gracias, María José.
Thank you so much, María José. Now we're going to move on to Annie González de Haro. She was born in France, but she's the daughter of people, a family. There were 15 people that worked from Malaga to Almeria, from Almeria to Cerdañola, a village in the province of Barcelona, and from there to France. Annie, tomorrow you will talk to us. And you're going to be part of one of the panels at the beginning of the morning. But I wanted to ask you a very interesting question, and not focusing on what happened on the road or later, but what do you think about all of this trend this denialism of the facts that took place in the road from Malaga to Almería. It is true that 15 members of my family had to flee from Malaga because they were relatives of Republicans, because they were a red family, that's what they called them. That's one of the things that happened. Oof.
¿Ya está? Bueno, entonces 15.
So, 15 people, 15 members of my family had to escape from Malaga because they were the relatives of a Republican family and they were called a red family. So, I was told by my sister the story. She was 12 years old when she was part of this desbandá. She told me many times, and even nowadays, she's 98 years old, and when we talk, she always tells me about that road.
Mi objetivo, yo he nacido.
My objective, I was born in France. My objective since the year 2000 is for people to get to know the War of Spain, and most of all, that road from Malaga to Almería. And in France, I have given talks in high schools, in different conferences, talking about what, well, I don't know if I can talk about a genocide, but the objective that I have, because, I'm running out of time, right? And I have to talk about that road, giving a testimony, because in my opinion, an oral testimony has a historical value. And we can see that about this road from Malaga to Almería, there is not one or two testimonies. There are thousands of testimonies. So, scientifically, it is something that you can recognize. And for me, it is not enough, it's not well known or known enough or recognized. So, with all my strength, with my energy, I want to say that the road of death has existed. That has happened. What they are saying happened, but and we cannot deny what's happened, because those who lived through that genocide cannot be denied that truth. So my strength is to give a testimony, and so that the rest of the testimonies can be brought together, so that we cannot deny what happened in that road from Malaga to Almería.
Es fantástico.
It is great to find these women with this strength that is contagious. Okay, And we have 3 other women here, women from exile. They're the daughters of the exile. So I'm going to give the floor first to Anastasia Sakos. Anastasia, I will talk about you briefly, and I'm going to ask you a question, like I do with everybody else. Anastasia was born, her mother was from Albacete, and her father was an international brigadist. He came with the Lincoln Brigade because he came from the United States. He got a part of the brigades in the year 36. He met her mother. The family was against this marriage, and they ran away to France when the brigades left in the year 38. Her mother was already pregnant with her, and her parents were separated and they were brought to different concentration camps. Anastasia was born in a concentration camp in Normandy, in Vallers, if I remember well. So they came back to ask for their documentation to be able to continue traveling to the United States. They came back, but he couldn't come back surely because he was going to be put into jail. So Franco closed the borders, and since then Anastasia has not been able to see her father. This is a very hard story, and we thank you for being here. So, one question. What was your childhood and adolescence like in Albacete with your grandparents? Because your mother died when you were very little. Without your father, how do you remember that a childhood in that grey, sad Spain and harsh Spain, especially for you, with your grandparents in a very hard atmosphere? Good afternoon. It's hard, yes. I still have a knot in my throat and in my heart when I have to talk about this. As Maria Jose said, my parents got married against the will of my mother's family. So there were 6 siblings, and my grandfather said, whoever leaves the house to accompany their sister, do not come back, the door will be closed. Nobody dared to do it then. You know what life was like at that time. My parents had to run away, as many other people, in terrible conditions, in trains that were devoted to livestock, without being able to breathe properly. My mother was pregnant and she had some heart problems. They crossed the border and they were taken to different places. My father was taken to Normandy, and there in Normandy in August of 1939 I was born. After some time, I have a picture, the only picture that I have with my father. I think I was like 1 month or 2 months old. The only picture that I have with both my parents. In Normandy, my father said he came from the United States and he had his job there. So he said, let's go to the United States. That's when they were thinking that the Second World War would start. As we were escaping, they left with no documents, no documentation whatsoever. So my father said, you go, because I cannot go back to Spain. You go get our daughter. Then their parents, their grandparents can meet her, and then we'll get together again. When my mother got there with me, Albacete closed the borders, so they couldn't see each other again. For some time, my father lived in Portugal trying to cross a border, but he couldn't. I have many letters and documentation. For some time, my father in Portugal, he lived in Lisbon in the house of a family, and this was a young family. They had a daughter, and they named her Anastasia.
So for me, this is a clear proof that my father was someone this family appreciated very much, loved very much. So for them, this was proof of love, so that their baby would have the same name of I had. So well, the situation is very complicated in my life because I'm very thankful to my mom's family. My mother died when I was 5, so it was my mother's family who educated me, and it was my grandparents and my uncle and aunt who took care of me. And I have really bad memories. The best education you could get was going to school run by nuns, and so I was sent to that kind of school, and my aunt got the information about the uniforms I required and so on. And the first day of school, I was 7 years old, and then the nun came to the door, to the gates, and told my aunt that I couldn't go to that school, and she couldn't understand because she said, well, we wrote her name on the list, and we've just but the nun said that they had learned that my father was a brigadist, he was a red, and therefore that I couldn't be admitted to that school. And I saw my aunt crying, and I couldn't understand what was going on. So for all my childhood, I was the red's daughter. When I finished my schooling and I wanted to become a teacher, I was told that I couldn't register at the school of teaching because I had no nationality, because I didn't have my documents. So I've been someone without a nationality for so many years. And then some people may ask me, why didn't you look for your father? And well, anyone here knows that it was really difficult. You became of age when you were 23. I had never worked. My family wasn't willing to help me go and look for my father, because that would mean going away from them. They had lost their daughter, and they didn't want to lose their granddaughter. And it's a terrible story, and I'm really moved by this. I feel like crying when I tell my story. And the other day I heard that in the party Unidas Podemos in Albacete, that is where the brigades, international brigades, were concentrated, and there's been a claim for Albacete to be declared the city of the international brigades. And I'm going to dedicate a lot of efforts to achieve this, to make this become a reality, because these people were very important in Spain, and they had left a great print in Spain.
Muchas gracias, Anastasia. Bueno, vamos a ver, tenemos.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. Amparo Sanchez Monroy is also here with us. And, well, earlier we heard her magnificent presentation about her life in the concentration camps and the prisons in France. So, Amparo, I'm going to ask you a question directly. Thank you also for your previous intervention. My question is the following: how have you rebuilt your identity after being in exile for so many years? Because you were exiled, you left when you were 1 year old, then you were in France, then you had to come back to Barcelona and Toledo because you didn't have the right to study there, because you didn't have the French nationality, and then you went back to France when you managed to obtain the double nationality. So after so many years coming and going and the exile, how have you been able to build the strength you have and particularly your identity?
A ver, ¿me oís? Espera, espera, quizás es mejor. Ah, no.
Ahí hay aquel que viene suelto.
Ah, sí, como querráis, me da lo mismo. ¿Este vale? Bon. Ah, vale. Sí. Pues, con uno tengo bastante.
With just one mic, it should be enough. As I said earlier, the fact of having started my life surrounded by wires is something that goes with you, stays with you throughout your life, because it breaks and roots you from your origins, but also because it breaks the social mechanisms that joins generations and leaves you without any references. So that means that sooner or later the problem of the identity will appear, will emerge. Who am I? Am I French or am I Spanish? Taking into account that we've been in exile for nearly 40 years. Such a long exile. Extremely long exile. So this issue of the identity is really serious. Am I Spanish or am I French? I'm Spanish in Spain, French in France, or foreign in both. And I don't want to monopolize the word, but I believe that this topic could be the theme of a future Congress. Don't you think so, Pepe?
Muchas gracias, Amparo. Por último, va a intervenir Carmen Negrín.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to give the floor to Carmen Negrín. You've had the opportunity to meet her yesterday, I think. And she's the honorary president of the Juan Negrín Foundation in the Canary Islands, and she's lived in many different countries for many reasons, also for professional reasons. She's worked in the UNESCO for a long time, for many years, and that's what my question is going to be related to. For you, taking into account the values that were conveyed to you by your grandfather, with whom you could live for many years, how important is education for you in the recovery of democratic memory?
Bueno, un poco complicado.
It's a bit of a difficult question. Okay, I will try to do my best. One of the obsessions, but passions, I'd say, not obsessions, but passions of my grandfather was precisely education. When he started working, he was a teacher. Before he came back to Spain, when he was in Germany studying, the World War started, and he was he worked as a replacement teacher for the teachers who were living for the front, and then he came to Spain they were living to the battlefield. So what he taught us, he conveyed to my brother and myself, is that if you want to do something in your life, you need to do this through education. And in the case of historical memory, that's more or less the same. Also, like as it goes for a country.
Bueno, creo que un país es un...
I think a country is a bit like a person. If a country doesn't have memories, it's like a person with Alzheimer. And you cannot live fully in such a way.
A ver, Carmen. A ver. No. Los dos. Bueno, a ver. Y ahora, a ver si no se interrumpe. Vamos.
Okay, let's see if now it works. Well, as I was saying, a country needs to live with its memories. It needs to deal with the problems this implies. We've got the example of Germany, where there are terrible atrocities that have taken place, and it's something that resembles a bit what happened in Spain. And they've managed to overcome this, more or less, with some reappearances, recent, non-desirable reappearances. But in any case, I do think that the process for Germany of dealing with their memories and learning their history was important, and they wouldn't be as they are without that. And this is one of the values that my grandfather conveyed to me. When my grandfather died, I was only 9.5, and then until the end of the 80s I lived also with his companion, and Spain's war was something, a recurrent topic, something that was often discussed, and not always with rancune, but in a more or less objective way. He wanted to do this best thing possible for the Spanish people while he was a member of the presidency of the government, and also later on when he was involved with the Marshall Plan and so on. I am an American citizen, and I heard many people criticize us, and he explained to me that they were good American citizens, and there were some others, also the Quakers, who helped so much. So the answer was never a black or white answer, simplified. No, an answer would always be complex, to try, and analyze, as well as to develop the critical spirit, and also independence, freedom, and curiosity in each person.
Bueno, antes...
Before...
A ver, antes de dejar unos minutos para que...
So, before we give you the opportunity to intervene, I'd like to read here the list of the survivors who we know that are still alive, the survivors of the road of death, people who could not join us. Carmen Briceño Castillero, who lives in San Cristóbal de Salé in France. Salvador Rosado, resident in Cuevas de Becerro in Málaga. Inés Romero Segura, resident in Campillos in Málaga. Fermín Liberto and Pasión León, residents in Jimena and Algeciras. And Pasión, I think she lives close to Malaga. Carmen Tejero, resident in Mataró in Barcelona. Luisa Vecino, resident in Almería. Maruja Torres Carrasco, resident in Ronda in Malaga. Antonio García, resident in Salar in Granada. Isabel Ruz, resident in Malaga. A round of applause to all of them.
Pues nada, me dicen las autoridades.
Well, the organizers are telling me that we cannot have no time left for the discussion. I'm really sorry for this, deeply sorry for this. It's a pity because we're going to miss this, but thank you in any case, and we can meet and chat in the hallways.
A ver, ¿qué le pasa a los cables, tío? ¿Por qué hace?
Hay que pegarle tiro, es lo que le pasa. El micro
Por favor, que se nos van.
So please, we will have to go to dinner soon. We are already late according to the agenda. So please, those who are still in the room, keep quiet so that we can start.
Media hora más tarde ya, nos vamos ya. Por favor, sigo reclamando.
So please, silence, please. We need to respect this, and please also outside in the corridors, keep quiet. Well, we must remember that we might have to go to dinner soon. So we are going to spend about half an hour or so, 40 minutes perhaps. So this conference, we're going to study the geographical framework in order to understand what La Desbandá represented, this flight of the hundreds of thousands of Andalusians in the city of Malaga that was occupied. We're also going to talk about the situation of Malaga the previous days before the Exodus. And my friend Andrés Fernández, who studied history in the University of Malaga. He's an archaeologist, and he has coordinated and is still coordinating over 40 projects for the excavation of mass graves. He also, so as I said, studied history in Malaga. He's got a master's in physical and genetics anthropology and legal anthropologist, forensics. He's been the manager as an archaeologist expert in the excavations. He's also carried out anthropological studies of common graves from the Spain's war. So he's published over 150 papers on archaeology. He's got quite a few books. 1937, The Exodus, Malaga. So, as I was saying, well, in Malaga, there are many documents about this. He's also a member of the research group of the University of Malaga, director of history and image of Andalusia.
he's also a member of the Royal Academy of Arts in Antequera since 2013, and he's member of the Technical Committee or Table of Historical Memory of Seville. So, Andres, I'm going to ask you to summarize your presentation because we are late and we must go for dinner later on, but he's going to present how Queipo de Llano planned the attack on Malaga from the north, from Granada, from the Sarquia area, and from the sea, with the three armies that occupied Malaga on the 8th of February, and also how the defense was not possible, and also by the rare members of the army, official army who were there, and also that they had no ammunition to fight against the rebel army. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, good evening. I'd like to thank this opportunity to be here with you, and above all, well, after all these testimonies from the survivors, I have not much more to say, but well, also taking into account that we don't have much time left, also that it's late. Well, I'll try to be brief in any case. So I'm going to talk about the Battle of Malaga, and I'm also going to describe the episode of the death road of Malaga to Almería. In June 1936, there's a coup d'etat. It did not succeed, and there were 3 years of a conflict in the country. And the Battle of Malaga, as we all know, was the origin of the most cruel episode of Spain's war. As a historian, I'd like to start by saying that we research in order to get to know the facts, tragic facts in this case. As a historian, we must work on primary sources, texts, documents, plans, maps, photographies, and also the testimonies of the survivors, the few survivors that are still alive. At the end of the 20th century, our generation of historians had access to the archives and the documents that were open to the researchers in military and civilian archives, so that we can get information about what happened during the previous months, the months before the assault to Malaga, and what happened later on. At the end of 1936, when Queipo de Llano had the military, human, and material sources, as we can see here in this document by General Roata, well, Queipo decides to organize this attack on the city of Malaga, against the city. So the rebels occupied the southern mountain range of Seville and also the railway node, and they managed to get a connection from Granada to Seville. And Loja and Antequera, occupied in August and by the Italian general, where he will decide to have his headquarters, and then they organized 3 different columns to attack Malaga. So this is a picture of Antequera from the 40s. According to the archives and the operations reports of the time, we see that there were 2 different phases.
this is the transcription of one of the documents. So the idea was to expand the sector of Ronda and the north of the province with Alhama de Granada, and also to try to attack the city from, or siege the city from the east and the west. And this is something that didn't actually happen. This is one of the mysteries we should continue researching to try and understand what actually happened there. So we talk about the desbandá, the flight, the exodus from Malaga to Almería. But as we all know, this massive exodus started in other provinces, in Cádiz and other villages of the province of Malaga, in Huelva and Seville. We see that there was a man from Jerez that took shelter in Marbella and then joined the massive exodus from Malaga. Here we have the declaration of this man from Jerez. This is one of the refugees that went to Marbella when there were people arriving from different municipalities in the province of Cádiz. And we've kept a book of registry of refugees where we have the names of the families who were trying to save their lives, where they were joining the Republican territories. Here we have a map of the different origins of those refugees. Perhaps in other municipalities there were also some refugee books, but they have not been found. And Lucia Prieto is one of the researchers who has, she was the one who found this document, this particular refugee book. If we check the documents and the archives, if you look at those arrows, they're showing the movement or exodus of the people, because the rebel army was occupying different territories and the Republicans were trying to find shelter in Malaga. There are some documents that mention there were over 90,000 refugees in Malaga, and we need to add to that the inhabitants of the city. So we're talking about there would be about 140,000 people. So here we have documents, from the sources. Here we have a representation of the navy. The rebel navy was attacking from the sea. They were attacking the trenches of the Republican government, and that would open up the way for the infantry to advance on land. And there were also some recognition and bombing by planes. Here we have the different municipalities, so villages in Teba, Campillos. These villages from where we get testimonies of refugees arriving to the villages and also to the capital city.
If we quickly have a look at the General Archive in Avila, we can find a couple of photographies and documents on how the war was being developed day by day, the building of trenches and how they tried to defend themselves. The archive of the air troops and all the movements that took place on the plains, and also the cruises that attacked other spots with this document. All of these documents talk, and these are our primary sources, and that's another piece of evidence. On the 19th of February, they talk about fugitives. The date in which Malaga is occupied is the 18th of February, but days before, civil population left, and they reached Almería on the 6th And in the last few lines that are underlined, they talk about fugitives from Vélez Málaga to Motril. This line of tracks is bombed with the ammunition of 24 bombs of 10 kilos each, and explaining that the actions they were taking. These were the conversations between planes and the airport in Tablada. As I say, the Marine Archive, this Vitacora reports, we have to say that military men were very thorough when detailing the movements and where they were, what they were doing, and how the cruises and submarines and other actions were taken, and that allows us to see what happened on that day. As I say, on the 10th of January, based on the documents and the reports, and the offensive against Malaga starts, cutting the communication lines coming from the coast with the support of the rebel team from Ronda. Another column of infantry that reached Coin, and I cannot help remembering Salvador, one of the witnesses that is not here with us anymore, but he gave us the testimony of what happened and what he could suffer at that time. So columns that took the roads to get closer to Malaga. This is the companies given by the Italians with the 3 lines, right, center, and left, and on the opposite for the Republican front from Antequera to Malaga, and then from Loja, and then from Venta de Zafarraya until they got to Vélez Málaga. And this was the column that was delayed because the rebels couldn't surpass the front in the mountain ranges. Even General Roata, according to the documents that we have, was hurt in that fight. We don't know if the Italian columns intentionally and the rebels intentionally wanted to do this clip, what we would say a clip, that appears in some documents on that province of Malaga. We don't know if the delay of this column prevented that clip to take place, but what is clear is that the only way of escaping was the death road, the National 340, where these people were massacred on the ground, by air, and from the sea. If what I'm saying, if the documents are presented as a graphic, we can see the Battle of Malaga day by day, hour by hour, from the 2 front lines, and there were bombings in virtually all of the villages in the Mediterranean coast, from the capital, Malaga, to Almería. Figures, well, there are still many questions in the air about what happened. And I wouldn't want to dwell on whether they are more or less correct, but if we based our information on the documents we have, Norman Betúnez actually talked about it and what he wanted to say. The forced march on foot, the most terrible one of an evacuation of a city of our times, and it gave the figure of 150, and that's what he published. But as I say, in the same talks of Capo de Llano, they talked about 250,000 people. They said the cowards that were escaping. But in itself, there is a cause that was open in April of the year 37, once they lost the capital, Malaga, the government of the Republic opened this case for the military for losing Malaga, and it's them who talk about the figure of 300,000 people going from Malaga to Almería. As I say, I don't want to confirm, but we have documents, documentation that shows that Almería, like for example Juan Fra Colomina and Eusebio show, they say that the population is 4 times bigger. As I say, all of these documents continue telling the story. The words, the terms that they use, they continue running across the province of trenches that are kept. Fernando Alcalde is working with the possible mass graves that you can find there. And there is a military map in which this front line, when it's established with the Republic, they managed to stop the rebels in Motril, and that's kept up to the end of the Belgic conflict. Those documents that we have, it shows, well, figures, quantities, but there are people that come back to their villages, and there was a physical repression, and they end up in many cemeteries in their own villages or in the grave of the cemetery of San Rafael in Malaga. And one of the documents that talks about this is the one coming from the hospital, and you can see the reasons, how people were getting there. There is a picture of this boy, for example, a boy that lost his 2 arms as a consequence of these bombings that the written documents show. And regarding figures, in Valencia, as like some testimonies showed, some of the witnesses that talked before, they talked about Almería, and Almería had 200,000 inhabitants on the 14th of February. So we can see the magnitude of the whole thing. So what these relatives talk about, and the documents are actually given, they are the evidence to what they are saying. A woman in my village, Casa Bermeja, Malaga, she was 3 years old. So when we interviewed her, she didn't remember, but she remembers being in the arms of her mother. She remembers that it was at night. And if we go to the Vitacora reports of the ships, the time of the bombing was not at night. So they moved at night, so they walked and ran at night because there were no bombings. But she remembers to being in the hands of her mother, and that she tripped over, or that she jumped, something like that. So, judging by the dead people in on that road, probably the reason why she was tripping over it's because of all those victims that were lying on that road. And if we have a look at the document sources, they used the press to be able to reunite families, people that had been lost in certain spots of the coast of Spain, and they used the press, the newspapers, to call for that bringing together of families. As I said, this was the most tragic and the most cruel episode in qualitative terms. And I leave it open also for the future because there is still a lot to study, and there are many doubts and many questions to answer in this episode. But I encourage historians, researchers to continue to deal with this topic and reach the widest and the strongest possible truth. Having said that, congratulations on the organizers of this conference. And well, I'll try to be brief. Thank you.
la verdad que yo creo
I think that this conference was very clear, very well presented, and very brief. So we thank you for that, of course. But I mean, he could be talking for 7 hours. But you know, now we have a short time for some questions on the historical and war framework. Please, short questions.
Ah, sí, perdón. Manolo y estamos en la vez.
Sí.
Una pregunta más.
Buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to ask you whether we could, to some extent, determine that there was a red line in the whole of the Exodus, which was the river Guadalfeo, and that in a symbolic way that all of those who went through the river and went to Castelldeferro, Almeria, they saved themselves, and those who were not able to go through it unfortunately died. Could you say that or not? Or is it... Well, there are witnesses and testimonies of people who crossed the river. If you go to the meteorology of that time, the river had a lot of flow, and we haven't found anything else. When I say us, I'm referring to Maribel Benes as a researcher, and we published this book of the Exodus Malaga Almeria. We haven't found documents that show that the dam was bombed for the river to be so to have such a great flow of water. There were many people who died. There were other people who came back. Some of them didn't suffer from these post-war punishments, and some of them ended up in the San Rafael mass graves or in the cemetery of their villages. But this red line, yeah, it's one of the unanswered questions that we should continue to investigate.
No, Manolo primero, Manolo Morales.
Bueno.
Well, La Desbandá. Here we have been talking about, we highlighted a heroic act that we understand took place in Torre del Mar when the person in charge of the lighthouse on the 7th at night and the 8th at night, he turned this lighthouse off so that the Italian aviation wouldn't shoot the people because, you know, the light of this lighthouse was made all these people visible. But we have the contradictory information that for many months all of the lighthouses of the province had been turned off. The government of the Republic had ordered to do that precisely not to show ships and planes what movements were taking place on the ground. So maybe we can think that this episode was invented, because if the lighthouse had to be off, then he didn't do anything heroic. They had to be off. This man got in touch with us, and when he started to research on the episode, but there are documents in other investigations that give us details about him. I couldn't say that whether that is true or not. But what is clear, because we have analyzed these Vitacora reports of the Canarias, that the time for the bombing, so at night, ships didn't bomb people. Actually, they went to other spots, sometimes Africa, or that's another of the unanswered questions that we have before us. They are basically theories.
No sé cómo se llama.
Una pregunta.
I have one question. In the map that you presented at the beginning, you can see that the migration, the one before, goes to Malaga from the mountain range of Córdoba, and Granada. Why, if Jaén was a Republican area, you know, the part of the mountain range of Córdoba, why didn't they go to Jaén? Why did they go to Malaga? They don't know. Okay, well, we don't know. There are witnesses that say that people are escaping, and you know, when on the 36 they occupied areas that were like Puente Genil, Cabra. They're searching for other possible spots, but we don't know the specific reason why they did it. But we know that, as the example that I told you about, Jerez, it would be more practical physically. But there are these testimonies of people saying that they came from Córdoba when the municipalities were occupied, or once where the coup is successful in those areas, they get out of there and they end up in Malaga or Granada. I think it's my turn. Good night, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to talk. I want to be brief. And after my readings, I've always heard that, you know, the Republic didn't help Malaga, they abandoned Malaga, etc., etc. In my thesis, I think that with Malaga, what happened is that it was the perfect storm, and the epicenter was the Battle of Madrid. In the Battle of Madrid, they needed to have all the weapons, all the armament, and there was nothing else left for Malaga. And this lady just asked, why didn't you go to Madrid? Because in Madrid was like where the main problem was. She said Jaén. Yes, but they do not go from Jaén to Madrid because it was very dangerous. Even the troops were like second-kind troops, because they were those who were not very well prepared, Moorish, they didn't trust that much, Italians that were not 100% trusted. So what happened in Malaga for it to be the perfect storm? Well, it was very badly organized, dominated by a fraction which was not efficient. The military chief ended up being a general in the Franco army. But the question is, the Battle of Madrid, is it the main reason why we didn't have a more effective help for Malaga, more effective aid? Well, this is a topic to be debated on. There are different aspects and factors regarding the front line. And actually, Franco itself with Queipo, they dealt with this topic of the occupation. When we talk to military men, the importance of occupying Malaga was there because it was a port city as well. The lack of agreement within the system was one of the factors. There are some reports in which they show that from Valencia they sent the Colonel Villalba, when they occupied Marbella on the 14th of January, they got closer to the front, and you could see that they either used the means at hand, human and military means, or that battle was lost. And when you see the documents, you have very clear in mind that if they were going to lose a battle, that was Malaga's battle. When you have a look at all the military documents, you see that it was a matter of days, and they could have even occupied it before. Maybe they didn't do it because the front of Madrid was still open. But if the rebel knew, they could have advanced faster. One of the consequences was the climatology. and you know the Guadalfeo River, because those days of January, when they use the carts on the roads, that's what actually meant a delay. I don't know if I answered your question, but yes, we could have a different conference on that topic. Yes, Luis wanted to talk. I was going to say something when our first colleague talked, to say that all questions regarding the consequences of the Exodus will be part of tomorrow's speech. And I will give that speech, that talk. So maybe it will save you some time, and maybe not to have, maybe to just leave it for tomorrow. First thing in the morning at 9. We will be dealing with that topic. 9:30. Thank you. That's all. Yeah. Oh, thank you. We will not have to get up too early. 9:30 tomorrow. We'll talk about the consequences of that Exodus in the same conference room. Thank you. That's why I wanted to talk right after the first person talked, but now I'm the last one, so I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Luis, did you want to say something else? Just one thing. We need you to use a microphone, please. The sound is not reaching the booth. We need you to use a microphone, please. Like that, that hadn't been. And with this, we're going to give Andres a round of applause, and we finish our day. A very intense day. Thank you all for this wonderful session.
Posiblemente eso es una... Lo que sí, vamos, hay una gente que coge ruta alternativa, que no sigue la carretera, que se mete para Granada. Hay una fosa de Meleí que sacaron, vamos, le puedes preguntar.
Ahí estuve yo, ahí estuve. ¿Quién estuvo?
Maribel.
Ay, pues te tienes que contar la historia.
Digamos, fosas de gente que se metió para Granada. Y sí, el mismo coronel Villalba. Sí, no, vamos, no. De estas, vamos, que muchas son después de represión.
Hola, Andrés, que recuerde que mínimo. Para lo tengas por allí. Venga, pues...